The Strongest Sect. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 726. Master and Disciple. Fellow disciple. Jun Changxiao was lying on a chair in the study, with a tired look on his face. He had no cultivation, and he was carried back on a bamboo chair. He must have been bumpy and tired all the way. Next, after a short rest, Jun Changxiao murmured, "There should be a large number of young people coming to participate in the entrance examination, right? Awakens Sect won the championship in the dragon and tiger competition, and he was advertising crazily, which would definitely attract more young talents to participate in the entrance examination. Not to mention, young people from all over the world are coming. When they pour into Qingyang County and stand at the foot of Tigu Mountain, there will definitely be a lively scene. There should be no pressure to recruit 20,000 disciples. Infrastructure, elixir resources, and even weapons and equipment must all be expanded." Jun Changxiao began to plan for the future. It was not his intention to take his disciples out to show off. Low-key management and development of the sect, and building a harmonious and friendly family are the eternal and unchanging purpose. There is nothing to do during this period. It is best to use the spring and autumn method for a few years and turn the page to the peak of the sect. Jun Changxiao said secretly. The system said, "Why not just wait for 100 years for the soul bomb to explode? By then, well, the grass on the host's grave will be almost 3 feet high. Can you not come out and ask for a scolding?" Jun Changxiao said with a smile. The system said, "No, I want to complain about you on behalf of the readers." Sect Master. At this moment, Li Luoqiu walked in and said, "The wine and food are ready. When will the celebration be held?" "Tonight," Jun Changxiao said with a smile. Li Luoqiu looked at his slightly tired face and said, "Can your body handle it, Master Li?" Jun Changxiao stood up and said seriously, "Please remember, never question a man's body at any time, because this is an insult to his personality." Li Luoqiu. To show that he was fine, Jun Changxiao gently punched his chest with his fist, and then collapsed on the chair. Understood. Li Luoqiu left, and arranged a celebration banquet in the evening. Night fell. The bonfire was burning in the martial arts field, illuminating the sect. The members of the dining hall carried various dishes, and placed them on the table prepared in advance. "Open the wine. Let's drink." Under the starry sky, the eternal sect ushered in another carnival. Many disciples held up their wine glasses to toast their senior brothers who had fought in the dragon and tiger contest, and to toast them for bringing supreme glory to the sect. As the sect master, Jun Changxiao was naturally indispensable. Although he repeatedly emphasized that he was injured, he still couldn't resist the enthusiasm of the disciples, so he replaced the wine with tea and went to the toilet every few minutes. The cheerful banquet lasted until the early morning. Suzuyomo was drunk and lay on the ground wiping the empty wine jar, saying drunkenly, "Lee, junior brother Lee, why is your head so big? Tell me, did you drink too much?" Jun Changxiao, who was sitting on the steps of the main hall, looked at the group of crooked disciples and shook his head and said, "With this alcohol tolerance, you still have the nerve to call yourself a martial artist? Huh." He turned his head and looked at the dining table in the distance. Yi Xingchen was sitting alone, as if thinking about something. Jun Changxiao was very curious about where this guy came from, but he also knew that he was probably thinking that he had been reborn, but was discovered by his enemy. Yes, Yi Xingchen had been thinking about this matter, and the more he thought about it, the more irritated and depressed he became. So he stood up, looked at Jun Changxiao, and said seriously, "Master, can I apply to withdraw from the sect?" Li Qingyang and others, who were still drunk, suddenly became sober when they heard his words, and then looked at him in surprise, and then looked at the master in surprise. "Are you sure?" Jun Changxiao took a sip of tea and said. Yi Xingchen clenched his fists and struggled in his heart, saying, "Are you sure? Senior brother Yi?" Liu Wanshi stared at him with big eyes and said, "Why do you want to withdraw from the sect for no reason? Did senior brother Su deliberately ask you to drink just now to make you unhappy?" When the meal is served tomorrow, I will give him one less spoonful so that he can't eat enough. The corners of Suzayamo's mouth twitched. I went to drink with him, but when he didn't say anything, he turned around and went to find Li Fei. How can you blame me? All of you leave. Jun Chang smiled. Li Qingyang wanted to speak, but when he saw that the master's eyes were very serious, he hurriedly signaled to his fellow disciples and then left the martial arts field one after another. After they all left, Jun Chang smiled and pointed to the gate and said, I once said that, if you want to leave, you can leave at any time. Swish. Li Xingchen thought for a while, picked up the bowl of wine in front of him, and drank it all, then turned and walked towards the gate. When you become successful in the future, come back and visit us when you have time. After all, we are master and apprentice, and we are fellow disciples. Jun Chang smiled. Li Xingchen said nothing, and walked straight ahead. If you die outside, I will bring my disciples to collect your body. After all, we are master and apprentice, and we are fellow disciples. Jun Chang smiled. Step. Li Xingchen stopped, and although he had his back to Jun Changxiao, his face showed a rectangle. Before you leave, I will give you a word. If you step out of this sect, you will never have the opportunity to take revenge again. Jun Chang smiled. Li Xingchen clenched his fists and said with difficulty, I have been discovered. If I stay here, it will only bring trouble to you, or even bring disaster. Maybe because of the bowl of wine. This arrogant man finally said what he had suppressed in his heart. Jun Chang smiled and said, do you think your fellow disciples will care about that little trouble? Don't care. The disciples of the Wangu sect shouted in unison. It turned out that Li Qingyang and Zhao Zuji did not really leave. They stood in the inner courtyard and stared at Li Xingchen with their spiritual thoughts. Jun Chang smiled and said, your fellow disciples are not afraid of trouble or death. So what are you afraid of? The emotions in Li Xingchen's eyes were extremely complicated, and he was struggling in his heart. If it were before, he would leave immediately if he wanted to leave without stopping, but now he has become indecisive and worried about gains and losses. If the sky falls, I will hold it up in front of you. Jun Chang smiled and said, what are you afraid of? Speaking of holding it up in front of you, Li Xingchen remembered the back of the previous fighting stage, standing in front of him to brazenly welcome the palm seal of the upper world. At the moment of life and death, someone was protecting him regardless of everything, which was something he had never experienced in his previous life. Although he was stubborn, he had to admit that the moment the sect master stood in front of him, he was deeply touched. That's why he kept thinking on the way back to the sect, since he was discovered by that woman, would it bring danger to the sect? In his previous life, Yi had a very low emotional intelligence and offended people at every turn, but he actually took the initiative to think about others, which was really precious. Li Xingchen took a deep breath, and his clenched fists gradually relaxed. Swish. He turned around and sat back in his previous position, turned his face to one side, and said, Sect Master, I just drank too much, and I have forgotten what I said. Suzayamu. Jun Changxiao waved his hand and said, fill him with wine. If you can't drink him down today, you will wash dishes in the cafeteria for 3 months. Yes. Suzayamu drank. He was devastated and thought, who did I offend? Junior brother Yi. After pouring the wine, Suzayamu raised his glass and said, come on, the sect master has ordered that senior brother will be responsible for getting you drunk today. Li Xingchen picked up the bowl, raised his head, and drank it all without saying much. Hey, this guy is quite generous. Come on. An hour later, Suzayamu collapsed on the table due to drinking. Li Xingchen, with a flushed face, staggered to the fire, holding an empty wine jar in one hand, and danced with his hands and feet. Chapter 727 Where is my egg? On the way to Pingyang County to participate in the sect competition, Jun Changxiao once asked Li Xingchen what clang 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 meant. At that time, Yi didn't understand at all, and even had the urge to beat him up. Today, recalling it again, he seemed to have opened his mind, and the words that the sect master once said rang in his ears. Xingchen, when you understand the meaning of the 4 words iron bones, you will naturally understand it. Li Xingchen seemed to understand a little bit, so he completely let himself go and drank with Suzayamu until he was drunk. It's a pity that under the influence of alcohol, he would also do irrational things, such as dancing around the fire. Pop. Jun Changxiao turned on the magic modified sound system. Only You, sung affectionately by Tang Sanzang in a Chinese odyssey, accompanied the dancing Yi Xingchen. The fire was burning. A man who was drunk completely indulged himself and completely let himself go. That night, Li Qingyang and Zhao Zuji sat in front of the stairs. Everyone dragged their chins and watched Yi Xingchen dance until late at night. Swish. At noon, Yi Xingchen suddenly got up from the bed. Seeing that he was sleeping in the side room, he covered his slightly aching head and said, "Didn't I drink? Junior brother, are you awake?" When he walked out of the side room and walked on the road leading to the outer courtyard, the junior brothers greeted him with smiles. The smiles on their faces were a bit strange and a bit disgusting. No. Yi Xingchen knocked his head and said, "Something must have happened yesterday. Junior brother Yi." At this moment, Suzaomo chased him from behind and said with a smile, "You have a great alcohol tolerance. You made me fall down yesterday." Yi Xingchen said nothing and thought to himself, "Really? Why don't I remember it?" Li Fei walked over quickly and said, "Junior brother Yi danced well." "Danced well?" Yi Xingchen frowned slightly. Li Fei said in surprise, "Junior brother Yi, you didn't drink too much, did you? Forgot that you danced around the fire with 2 empty wine jars yesterday?" Gap. Yi Xingchen was stunned for a long time, and then he said with stiff muscles, "I am dancing." The plaque with the 4 characters of dragon and tiger fighting for hegemony was hung in the study by Jun Changxiao. Occasionally, when he glanced at it, he would think of the scene of his disciples fighting on the fighting stage, and he would smile with relief. The relationship between Jun Changxiao and his disciples is actually equivalent to that of master and an apprentice. They proved themselves in the biggest sect competition, and as a master, they would naturally be very proud. "Master." Li Qingyang came to see him and said, "The master of Strongest Sect in Bimozhao is here to visit." "Oh." Jun Changxiao said, "Why is he here?" "The business with Bimozhao has been established for a long time, and all materials are delivered every month. It is just the right time, but Feng Fisher coming here in person is indeed a bit unexpected. Could it be that he came to congratulate?" "You're welcome." Jun Changxiao went to the main hall. As soon as he sat down, Feng Fisher came in under the guidance of Li Qingyang and bowed and said, "Congratulations to Sect Master Jun for winning the Dragon and Tiger Championship." "Thank you." Jun Changxiao waved his hand and said, "Sect Master Feng, please sit down." Feng Fisher sat down and said, "The amount of ore mined during this period is relatively large. Feng is worried about any accidents, so I personally escorted you." Jun Changxiao said, "Thank you, Sect Master Feng. If you are not in a hurry to go back, please stay for a simple meal. Then I'd rather obey than be respectful." "Oh my god." In the cafeteria, Feng Fisher held up his chopsticks, raised his head, and closed his eyes. His whole soul seemed to fly out of his body and swim in the endless sky. The food made by Liu Wanshi brought him a deep shock, so that his soul floated for a long time before returning to his body. "Master Feng." Jun Changxiao smiled and said, "This time, it should be more than just delivering ore, right?" "Yes." When it came to the point, Feng Fisher retracted his exaggerated expression and said solemnly, "Master Jun, have you ever heard of the Purple Ridge Demon King?" "No." Jun Changxiao shook his head. Feng Fisher lowered his voice and said, "Thousands of years ago, the Purple Ridge Demon King suddenly appeared in the Xinjiang continent and gathered 1,000,000 beasts in the northern desert state. There is such a thing." Jun Changxiao was stunned. Feng Fisher said, "Fortunately, the top masters on the continent discovered it in time and sent 4 martial saints to seal it together." Jun Changxiao took a sip of wine and said, 4 martial saints were alarmed. "This Purple Ridge Demon King is very powerful. I believe it has brought a lot of disaster to the continent, right?" "That's not the case." Feng Fisher said, "Because it was discovered in time, the Purple Ridge Demon King was sealed by 4 masters before he could make a move. Millions of fierce beasts lost their backbone and scattered." Jun Changxiao's mouth twitched. Alarming 4 martial saints and summoning 1,000,000 beasts, the Purple Ridge Demon King looked like a guy who was going to do great things, but he died before he could accomplish his goal. What a tragic villain. Seal. Jun Chang smiled and said, do you mean he's still alive? Feng Fisher moved closer and said, Master Jun, is this the reason I came this time? What do you mean? Jun Chang said with a smile. As far as I know, this monster has broken the seal and reappeared in the world. Feng Fisher's voice had been lowered to a very low level when he said this, creating a very terrifying atmosphere. Jun Chang said with a smile, really? He didn't take it to heart. After all, a guy who died before he even took any action. Even if he came out again, what kind of trouble could he make? Master Jun, Feng Fisher said, this news must be kept secret because Zhang Zunzhao has blocked the news to avoid causing panic. I'm here to remind you not to let your disciples go to the mountains and forests for training recently. Why? Jun Chang said with a smile. Feng Fisher said, the Purple Ridge Demon King can communicate with beasts and awaken the wisdom of fierce beasts. If you happen to encounter it, you will definitely be gone. I see. Jun Changxiao raised his glass and said, let's drink. Wait a minute. Feng Fisher picked up the chopsticks and grinned. Let me eat a few more bites of food. Eat as much as you want. You're welcome. Can I pack it up if I can't finish it? Feng Fisher ate the wine and food and really packed up the remaining food. And he also brought a lot of ore this time, which allowed Jun Changxiao to make a lot of equipment, thereby improving the strength of the sect disciples. As for the matter of the Purple Ridge Demon King, he didn't take it to heart at all. After all, if this kind of monster really has the power to harm the people, as long as it doesn't affect himself, there will be sects and strong men representing justice to deal with it. Death Valley. This forbidden area that was once full of fierce beasts now looks a little desolate. Because since Jun Changxiao brought his disciples to experience and solved the powerful fierce beasts inside, there is no danger. Plop. A demon cultivator from Hualien County fell to the ground in the area where the fire dragon beast once lived, his eyes filled with fear and horror. You bastard. The naked demon man stood in front of him, stepped on his face, and said with bloodshot eyes, where is my egg? Egg? Aren't they growing between your crotch? I don't know. I just came in today. The demon cultivator said in fear. Bang. The demon man exerted force on his foot, and the man's head burst, blood and flesh splattered. He turned around and grabbed a low-level beast that lived in the Death Valley. He pointed his finger at his forehead and said, where is my egg? The beast, which was originally speechless, suddenly became intelligent and said in a trembling voice, King, the egg seems to have been taken away by humans. Who? I don't know. Bang. The evil man kicked it away and said angrily, waste. King. A spirit beast that turned into a half-human form said, the egg has been guarded by the fire dragon beast. As long as we find out who killed it, we should be able to find out who took it away. Smart. The evil man patted its shoulder and said with satisfaction, it's worthy of being my left fucking arm. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 728, Site Selection and Town Building. Jun Changxiao threw all the ore sent by Feng Fisher into the space ring, and then began to refine it with one click. Because there were many materials, it would take several days to refine them all. Aha. The fire dragon lying in the study yawned. During this period, the little guy did not enter hibernation, and there was no change in his physique. He looked the same as before. Jun Changxiao murmured, what is it? When the great elder of the extreme cold palace came to kill, the little dragon transformed into a 5-clawed dragon, which shocked him very much. He also kept wondering whether it was the ability of the fantasy beast or the real body. The fire dragon beast is obviously a dinosaur type. How can it give birth to a real dragon? Jun Changxiao shook his head and said, it must be a mutation problem. Thinking back to how much he invested in crystal cores and even went bankrupt to hatch the little dragon, he felt it was very worthwhile. Now that the funds are strong, if I find a few more eggs to hatch, will I hatch mutant beasts like Teoti, Phoenix, and Kun? Jun Changxiao murmured. The system said, you can do it in your dreams. Jun Changxiao ignored it and went to the medicine hall to ask Elder Wenny when the materials for refining the Wu Wang pill would be mature, and then went to the military academy to inspect. At this moment, Ning Duxing was patiently explaining the confusion of martial arts to the new disciples. Although various martial arts facilities can allow disciples to improve faster, it is still necessary to learn professional martial arts knowledge, otherwise it will feel very empty to improve by cheating alone. Elder Ning Shangwen's Iao raised her hand and said, "Disciple still has questions." Class dismissed. Ning Duxing hurriedly left the military academy without looking back, fearing that if he walked slowly, he would get a splitting headache from the girls' questions. The disciples expressed their understanding. Not to mention Elder Ning, they would collapse just by listening. In the Eternal Sect, Shangwen's Iao is definitely a very scary existence. When the elders like Jiangzi saw her, they would hide as far away as possible, just like mice seeing cats. Such a terrifying woman made Jun Changxiao afraid that she would melt in his palm, because whether the skills in the skills pavilion could be exchanged depended on her. Sect Master. Just as he was about to continue inspecting the Wolf Rider Hall, Li Qingyang hurried over and said, "Many people have come to the foot of the mountain to sign up for the assessment. This is a lot. Jun Changxiao released his spiritual thoughts and found that there were at least 30,000 to 50,000 teenagers gathered at the foot of the mountain. They were generally 17 or 18 years old. Judging from their clothes, they should come from different states and counties. They were filled with the aura of realms and should have practiced martial arts." Swish. Jun Changxiao walked to the front of the mountain gate, put on his dazzling sunglasses and looked down, and was surprised. So many high-grade spiritual roots? Quite a few. At least hundreds. There are also top-grade spiritual roots, but only in the single digits. As for the higher-level holy spiritual roots, there are none. Under the exploration of the dazzling sunglasses, there are still many teenagers with question marks as attributes, which means that they are not martial arts practitioners, but sword practitioners, knife practitioners, etc. Sect Master. Ning Duxing said, "There are still a few days before the recruitment day, then let them wait." Jun Changxiao said with a smile, "There is no order without rules. He will not advance the recruitment time, just because there are many people. He must develop a habit of fixed days and fixed recruitment and continue the virtuous cycle." Master. Ning Duxing suggested, "Every day, people come to the sect in advance to wait for the day of assessment. Most of them live in Qingyang town, which is relatively far away. Why don't we build a town at the foot of the mountain and let the sect be directly responsible for management? Not only can we provide them with a place to stay, but we can also open various industries to make profits." That makes sense. Jun Changxiao's eyes lit up. Although Tigu Mountain belongs to Qingyang town, the two are a bit far apart. It is quite good to build a town at the foot of the mountain and set up industries for development. It is a very common phenomenon that there are towns at the foot of the mountain where the sect is located. Many tourists come here to admire and often stay nearby. What's more, Master Jun's ambition is to build the Eternal Sect into a martial arts holy land. If that day really comes, there must be a place for people to worship, right? Elder Ning. Jun Changxiao said with a smile, "This matter will be left to you and Qingyang." Yes. Ning Duxing said. Hearing that the sect leader wanted to build a town at the foot of the mountain, Li Qingyang's eyes suddenly became hot. The expansion and renovation of the sect obviously could not satisfy this civil engineer. Building and planning a town was undoubtedly more challenging. On that day, Li Dazhongwen began to ponder. After a night of hard work, he successfully formulated a preliminary plan for the town. Sect leader. In the hall, Li Qingyang unfolded the drawings and said seriously, "In my preliminary conception, the scale of this city is not inferior to Qingyang town, with 2 main streets, 12 secondary streets, and no need to say more." Jun Chang smiled and said, "Let's get straight to the point. How much money does it cost?" "This?" Li Qingyang scratched his head and said, "I haven't calculated it yet." Jun Changxiao threw him a few large space rings and said, "You can use the money in it as you like, but you must use the best building materials." "Yes." Li Qingyang said, "Master, can I borrow your wild boar pepper? The construction of a town requires groundbreaking The little guy plows the land in the medicine garden every day, and he is already familiar with it. It will definitely be effective to use it to build a town. No problem. Jun Changxiao said. With absolute funds, Li Qingyang and Ning Daxing let go and work hard. First of all, they have to choose land at the foot of the mountain. This aspect is very particular. Not only do they pay attention to many aspects, but more importantly, they have to look at Feng Shui. To open a town in the territory, they need to report to the city, where they are located, and obtain approval from the city lord. But Jun Changxiao does not need it, because he is the governor of Qingyang County, although he is only the deputy. The site is determined. Langxiang excavator specialist wild boar pepper is in place. 21. It is suitable for dismantling, groundbreaking, and construction. It is taboo to bury or mourn. Li Qingyang stood on the planned land, nodded to Zhao Zuji in the distance, covered his ears and said, "The groundbreaking ceremony begins now." Bang! A huge roar reverberated in Tegu Mountain. That was the roar from the field artillery, announcing the start of the city construction. However, Wild Boar Peggy was disturbed by the sound of the artillery. His eyelids rolled up, his forelegs stood straight, and he fainted in fear. Clang! The Qinglang Yanayu sword was inserted in front of it, and Jun Changxiao said grimly, "Don't play dead, get up and work." Wild Boar Peggy stood up with a swoosh, and then with tears in his eyes, he began to gather earth-type spiritual energy and busy himself on the land. Under the setting sun, that pitiful figure was running around. "Master," Li Qingyang said, "have you thought of the name of the town?" "I have thought of it," Jun Changxiao said. "It's called Tegu Town." "Why not Wangu Town?" Li Qingyang asked puzzledly. Jun Chang smiled and looked up at the sky and said seriously, "That is to comfort the spirit of sect leader Wang in heaven." The Tegu Zhengzheng sect was founded by sect leader Wang, and later he took over and developed it into the current Wangu sect. But this mountain will always be Tegu Mountain. This town will always be called Tegu Town, and the plaque hanging in the main hall will always have 4 big characters inscribed on it. Tegu Zhengzheng. Chapter 729. I knew it would be like this. There is a town at the foot of the mountain, so naturally there must be permanent residents. Jun Changxiao had already made the decision to move all the villagers of Qingyang village there and give them permanent residency. During the time when they traveled to the Xingyan continent, the sect was poor, and it was difficult to find food. They would definitely not be treated unfairly if they went to the village every day to eat and drink. Moreover, the family members of the sect disciples can also apply to move in at will. Not only is it convenient for visits, but it can also allow the family to reunite during festivals. Humanization is one of the core purposes of Jun Changxiao's creation of the sect. Town construction is a big project, and it will take time even with the assistance of Wild Boar Pepper and the disciples. Jun Changxiao was naturally not in a hurry to leave the matter to Li Qingyang and Ning Daxing. Except for taking a look every day, he spent most of his time on recuperation. A few days later, the entrance examination of the Wangu sect began. This time, Jun Changxiao gave a clear recruitment quota, which was just enough to make up 20,000 members. Less supplementation, more reduction. Because of the Dragon and Tiger Championship and the advertisement, the young men who came here are excellent in all aspects, and many of them passed the first level of gravity test. "Hey." Jun Changxiao shook his head and said, "There is no limit on the number of people, and everyone can be accepted as a disciple. And if there is a town, these young men with good qualifications who have to be eliminated can stay temporarily and recruit them after the upper limit is raised. Therefore, it is very necessary to build a town at the foot of the mountain." After the second round of assessment, according to the sect master's intention, the Ning brothers selected a total of 20,000 members who just met the standard. As for the young men, who were not admitted, they were appeased first, and asked to either stay temporarily in Qingyang village, or in Qingyang town. Ding. Ding. One by one, the disciples stamped the seal and became disciples, and Jun Changxiao's ears were constantly reminded. Sect members. 20,/20,000. Sect contribution value. 20,/20,000. When the last young man became a disciple of the Eternal Ancient Sect, all data were completely fixed. Jun Changxiao, who has obsessive compulsive disorder, took the initiative to buy shaping rooms, qualification fluids and other items before the opening assessment, so all members were full and the contribution value was full. Ding. Sect mission is open. After the prompt sound ended, a new mission was issued. From the perspective of difficulty, it is obviously more difficult than before, but the strength of the sect disciples has become stronger, so it is not difficult to complete it. The most exciting thing is, some tasks are actually related to the town being built, such as how many days to be a bricklayer, or how many bricks to move. I have to continue to clean up the contribution value. After completing the sect mission, it will inevitably give contribution value and achievement value, so Jun Changxiao opened the system mall, and decided to spend 10,000 to make room in advance. What should I buy? After thinking for a long time, he didn't decide. The main reason is that most of the products in the high-level mall are useful, which makes it difficult for him to decide what to choose. Why not buy a god-modified RPG rocket launcher? Jun Changxiao murmured. He had already set his eyes on this product, and since it came from the high-level mall, and had the word god-modified, it must be more powerful than the field artillery. Didn't you say that hot weapons will be hard to adapt to the Xingqiu continent in the future? Why are there rocket launchers in the high-level mall? Jun Changxiao said with a smile. The system said speechlessly, the hot weapons I mentioned are limited to firearms, not heavy weapons such as artillery. Jun Changxiao said, so I have to buy it. Ding. The host consumes 10,000 contribution points and obtains a god-modified RPG rocket launcher X1, which has been transferred to the space ring. Ding. Sect contribution value 10, over 20,000 point. Swish. Jun Changxiao took out the god-modified RPG rocket launcher, then casually carried it on his shoulder, leaned his eyes towards the sight, and murmured, men should play with artillery. He took out the crystal core, and began to condense the shell. As a result, it took 20 crystal cores to gather one. Field artillery doesn't need so many. This rocket launcher must be very powerful when it is fired. Jun Changxiao said with a fiery look. He did not press the firing button, but called Xiao Zuji over and said, this is the latest model of fire gun, you try it. The main reason why Jun Changxiao bought the modified RPG rocket launcher was that not only he could use it, but his disciples could also use it. Sect Master. Xiao Zuji took it and said weakly, is the recoil strong? Not strong. Jun Changxiao said. Okay. Xiao Zuji took it, and then carried it on his shoulder like the Sect Master, and said, Sect Master, where should we shoot? Jun Changxiao pointed to a mountain in the distance and said, town construction needs more stones, you are responsible for shooting it down. After saying that, he stepped back 100 steps. Xiao Zuji was concentrating on locking onto the mountain, and did not notice that the Sect Master had slipped away in advance. Pop. Bang, the explosion sounded, shaking the space, as if it was shaking. The disciples who were practicing in the sect changed their faces slightly, and looked up in the direction of the sound, and saw a stream of light burst out, leaving a cloud-like trace wherever it passed. Boom. The mountain suddenly collapsed, rolling up dust that covered the sky. This is not dust, this is stone powder. Under the rocket bombardment, the entire mountain was not only razed to the ground, even the smallest stone particles were gone, all turned into powder. Ka. The space suddenly cracked, and then spread. Seeing this, the disciples of the Eternal Ancient Sect gradually opened their mouths and their eyes widened. Sure enough, Jun Chang smiled and said, it can shatter space. It was mentioned in the introduction that the god-modified RPG rocket launcher has the ability to shatter space. Of course. The biggest feature of the god-modified Maul is that it has special effects. The special effect of the god-modified RPG rocket launcher is called Precision Strike. As long as it is activated and locked on the target, no matter how high he flies, no matter how far he escapes, he must accept sanctions. Wait. Jun Chang smiled and said, I'm guilty. At this time, he realized that the disciple had disappeared, and the ground in the area where he was standing just now was sunken several feet, and there were curls of white smoke rising. Plop. On the martial arts field in the inner courtyard, Xiao Zuji fell directly down holding the modified RPG rocket launcher, and then lay flat on the ground, with a weak face. I knew it would be like this. The demon man in the Death Valley felt the weak vibration of the space and murmured, "Are there strong human beings fighting? King." The spirit beast with arms stretched out came and reported, "Subordinates have investigated and found out that the one who killed the fire dragon beast is a sect called Wanguzang." The demon man spread his legs, put his palm on his chin, and said coldly, "What level?" "Fifth rate." "Fifth rate." He smiled coldly and said, "With my current strength, it is not a problem to solve it, King." The spirit beast whispered, "Wanguzang is a little bit complicated, I heard." The demon man interrupted forcibly, "Hurry up and contact more tribes. After I solve this garbage sect, I will gather my strength and declare war on humans." "Yes," said the spirit beast. Swish. The evil man stood up and left Death Valley alone with his bare bottom. "If you dare to steal my eggs, I will crush them." Hehe. Wanguzang. Ziozuji recovered and stroked the modified RPG rocket launcher, saying with joy, "Master, this musket is very powerful. In terms of range damage, it is not as good as a field artillery, but its power is not inferior, or even stronger. The most important point is that it is very light and easy to carry." Jun Chang smiled and said, "You can take it first. If any enemy dares to come to my Wanguzang to cause trouble in the future, just give him a shot." "Okay." Ziozuji nodded. He is now eager to find a living target to try, and the strength should not be weak. Chapter 730, Execution by Cannon. At the foot of the mountain, town construction is in full swing. Because the sect's mission also involves this aspect, many disciples come to help. The disciples are talking and laughing, and the scene of working together really exudes a strong sense of joy and warmth. Yang Yuho rubbed his hands, packed up thousands of bricks, and carried them on his back. Crack. Just after taking 2 steps, there was a strange sound behind him. He tilted his head to look, and saw a man with purple hair and a slender figure walking over, crushing the bricks along the way. The busy disciples heard the movement, and turned to look, and their expressions suddenly became exciting. That man was actually naked. Because the picture is very indecent, please mosaic it for him in your imagination. Oh my god. Such a big man is naked in broad daylight. Isn't he ashamed, and has no shame? Awesome. Suzuyomo said admiringly, "I used to often wonder what it would feel like to walk naked on the street, but I never had the courage to do it. Now someone is doing what I dared to think, but didn't dare to do. That's really abnormal." The demon man said in a cold voice, "Is this the Eternal Sect?" Yang Yuho's mouth twitched and said, "Friend, although the weather has been quite cool recently, you don't have to come out naked, right?" Swish. The demon man suddenly stepped forward and punched him. Boom. The sound of the fist rang out, and dust flew. Yang Yuho still stood in the same place, with his palm blocking his face, catching the incoming fist, and said coldly, "Are you here to make trouble?" The demon man was surprised and said, "You can withstand my punch. You are pretty good." Swish. Another fist hit directly, with a lot more power than before. Although Yang Yuho could catch it, she realized that the other party's power had increased a lot, and hurriedly stepped on the vertical cloud step to retreat backwards. TSK. The demonic man punched the air, and said with a sinister smile, "You're quite capable." Boom. Yang Yuho threw down thousands of heavy bricks, and said with a sullen face, "Brother, someone is here to cause trouble." Swish. Suzuyomo rushed over first and said, "Boy, have you taken the wrong medicine? How dare you come to my Wangu sect to cause trouble?" Long Xiang and Song Zuansao, who were helping to work at the construction site, also surrounded him. If it was a disciple of a sect participating in the dragon and tiger contest, seeing this kind of formation, they would definitely feel desperate, because they knew that these were all a group of demons. However, the demonic man said coldly, "A bunch of scum." Hey. Suzuyomo clenched his fist and said, "Dare to scold us? It is very rare to come to the sect to cause trouble. Today, someone suddenly came, and he was a naked pervert. He must be tortured. Brothers," Suzuyomo said loudly, "let's get rid of him together." Okay. Everyone burst out with their cultivation and rushed forward, and the strong aura instantly filled the construction site. Boom. Boom. Not long after, Suzuyomo and others unlocked various new postures, flew out gorgeously, and then fell to the ground in embarrassment. Even Yang knew her, who had a strong body, staggered back dozens of steps, then squatted on the ground, his eyes full of disbelief. No way. This naked guy is so strong. Especially when he attacked, the bursts of creepy hostility made the disciples feel like they were fighting with an extremely powerful beast. Although the evil man knocked all the disciples of the eternal ancient sect to the ground, he looked unhappy. He had been sealed for too long and his strength had degenerated too seriously. Otherwise, he would have easily wiped out this group of bastards. In fact, he didn't know that, if it were other warriors, they might have been killed long ago. But the disciples of the eternal ancient sect are very durable. Even if they were knocked out, they would only be injured. There is no danger. Elder Jiang Suzaomo, holding her stomach, transmitted a message. Someone is here to cause trouble. Come out and torture him to death. Swish, swish. Jiangzi and the Ning brothers had heard the noise a long time ago and flew out of the sect one after another and then landed on the construction site. Seeing the disciples being tortured to the point of falling all over the place, their eyes suddenly flashed with anger. Go. Boom. 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 Ha. In front of the entrance of the training tower, Ziozuji walked out from inside and took a deep breath. He would come here to train for a period of time every day because he had gradually gotten used to it and would not feel any fatigue. Junior brother Zio Shanki hurried over and said, a naked man came to the sect to cause trouble and injured senior brother Su and the others. You should go and have a look. Swish. Ziozuji hurried away. He wondered in his heart, is the naked man a person's name? Shanki did not follow him, but integrated into the training tower. He wanted to continue calling for help, such as the eldest senior sister, Yi Xingchen and He Wudi who were practicing inside. As long as the strongest fighting force of the sect was assembled, the pervert would surely be tortured to tears. Boom. Bang. Bang. At the construction site at the foot of the mountain, the Ning brothers fought with the evil man with two palms, staggered backwards, and their faces were solemn. The aura of this naked man was really strange. His strength was probably at least at the level of martial emperor. If he wanted to get rid of him, he might have to let the two servants of the sect master take action. You guys. The evil man grabbed his hair and collapsed, saying, how can you be so durable? He was angry and furious. He was in an absolute advantage in strength, but he only beat these humans away, or kicked them out, and didn't kill any of them. No matter how weak this king is, he can't be this weak. Or is it that in this world today, humans have sublimated their martial arts and can have defenses that are not inferior to our beasts? Damn it. The evil man roared angrily, his eyes flashing red light, and then rushed to Jiangzi, gathering the most violent power to blast him. Bang, the ground sank instantly, but it did not hit the target because a materialized earth wall appeared out of thin air in front of him. Ziozuji stood in front of Jiangzi and thought to himself, this guy is so powerful. Of course. He also understood what the naked man meant. It turned out that it was not the name, but the real naked butt. Bang, the earth wall collapsed. Ziozuji took a few steps back before he stabilized his body, and he felt pain in his arms that were used to support the wall. I can block this. The evil man's face showed signs of collapse. Even a high-level martial emperor might not be able to withstand his furious attack, but a guy with the aura of a martial king could stabilize his body. This was too much of a blow to his self-esteem. King. Don't cry. Don't be discouraged. It's not that you are not strong enough, it's that your opponent is too evil. Junior brother Zio Suzaomo, who was lying in the distance, transmitted a voice. This guy is quite strong. Hurry up and inform the sect master. No need. Ziozuji's mind moved, and the god-modified RPG rocket launcher appeared immediately, and then he put it directly on his shoulder, and said coldly, leave this guy to me. Hoo-hoo. A stream of thick earth-type aura filled the air, like a vine entwined between his legs, and then connected to the ground, and the whole person suddenly seemed to turn into a bunker. The recoil of the god-modified RPG rocket launcher was too large. Ziozuji didn't dare to fire directly, so he made full use of the earth-type attribute to stabilize his body. This move is very coquettish. Hehe. The demon man laughed strangely. Stupid human. Do you think you can hurt me just by carrying a piece of wood? Swish. He rushed over with his bare ass. The violent energy gathered in his hands, making the construction site extremely depressing. Zyrozuji held the god-modified RPG rocket launcher until the opponent rushed to the area where the explosion could occur without hurting his fellow disciples. He pulled the trigger decisively without any emotion. Hurt my fellow disciples. Then accept the cannon execution. Bang, the shells were ejected, and the space was rippled, bringing up billowing white smoke. Zyrozuji, who was supported by layers of earth attributes, only tactically leaned back and did not fly out. But the demon man's pupils suddenly shrank. At the moment the shells exploded, a strong sense of danger surged into his heart. At that moment, the scene of being abused and sealed by 5 martial saints appeared in front of him. Could it be that I'm going to? Boom. A deafening sound rang out at the construction site, and violent energy swept away Suzuomo and others lying in the distance. Hearing the noise, Jun Changxiao stood up from the chair in the study, took off the mask on his face, and said in surprise, "Zuji fired?" Whoosh. In the explosion area, the wind was howling. Suzuomo, who was swept away, stood up with difficulty. Seeing the dust covering the sky, the corners of her mouth twitched and she said, "Junior brother Zyro, your thing is more powerful than a field artillery." Awesome. Jiangzi and Ningduxing said in shock. They were the closest and could clearly feel that the energy that had just exploded was definitely at the emperor level. Kakaka. The soil surrounding Zyrozuji quickly collapsed, and he pressed the smoking barrel against the ground, breathing heavily. Although he used attributes to offset the recoil, his body still couldn't bear it, and he looked very weak. Gradually, the dust cleared, and everything was clearly visible. The naked evil man stood there, his whole body burned black white smoke still coming out of his hair, and then he fell to the ground with his eyelids rolled up, and white foam flowed from his mouth. No way. Suzuomo asked in surprise. He wasn't killed by the explosion? Such a strong explosion force is enough to blow the target into pieces, but this guy was only embarrassed and fainted by the explosion. It's incredible. Zyrozuji was also stunned. What's going on? At this moment, Jun Changxiao rushed down from the mountain. Sect Master. Zyrozuji pointed at the unconscious demon man and said, "Someone came to the sect to cause trouble and injured many fellow disciples, so the disciples just opened fire." Jun Changxiao had already walked over and saw the guy who was blown to pieces. He was surprised and said, "Didn't he get blown into the air?" Sect Master. Jiangzi said solemnly, "When this guy attacked, he exuded an aura like a ferocious beast. His physical body should be very strong." Jun Changxiao said coldly, "He dared to come to my Wangu sect to cause trouble and dared to injure my disciples. This guy is an old man who is tired of living. Someone come. Take him back to the sect." Yes. Just like that, the naked demon man was dragged to the Wangu sect by several Wangu sect disciples like a dead dog. The most tragic thing was that when he went up, his head banged against the steps. Death Valley. The spirit beast was actively mobilizing its kind from other states and counties, and said with infinite fantasy, "Although we failed the first time, this time the king will definitely lead our beast tribe to become the master of the falling star continent." Chapter 731. This guy's not human. The evil man fought with the disciples of the Eternal Sect, destroying the construction site horribly. Standing in front of the ruins, Peppa Pig cried sadly. The hard work of the past few days was wasted, and now it has to start all over again. How tragic. If the naked man had not been taken into the sect and locked up, the gentleman would have wanted to step on him hard to vent his dissatisfaction. Sect Master. In the hall, Leaking Guy calculated and said, "The damage caused by that guy, converted into silver, is about hundreds of thousands of teals." Hundreds of thousands of teals? Jun Changxiao crossed his hands and his eyes gradually became cold. He has money, but it's not blown by the wind. He must not be able to bear the loss of so many silver teals when he comes to make trouble. Damn guy. Jun Changxiao said angrily, "If I don't torture you to death, how can I be worthy of the hundreds of thousands of teals that I lost?" In a sturdy cell, Zhao Dao huddled in a corner, looking at the charred man who had been thrown in for a while, his mouth twitching slightly. It turned out that he was not the one who was tortured the most. It turned out that the Eternal Sect had even more terrifying means of torture. Judging from the appearance of this guy, Could it be that he was roasted on the fire for a long time? Oh. Xiao Dao sighed, and a trace of sympathy rose in his eyes. Crack. The prison door opened, and a ray of sunlight shone in. Xiao Dao hurriedly closed his eyes and said sadly, "Are you here to torture me again?" Because he pretended to be the leader of the Jun Sect, he had been locked up in the Eternal Sect for a long time, and was bullied by the disciples for no reason. Now he has developed a good habit of accepting everything. Jun Changxiao walked in, sat on the prepared chair, and waved his hand and said, "Hang him up." Yes. Suzaomo and Li Fei walked forward, tied up the evil man quickly, and then pulled the chain, and hung him up directly. The beasts that were gathering in the Death Valley, and dreaming of ruling over humans, if they knew that their king was hanging in prison, I wonder what they would think. Wow. Cold water poured over him. The evil man opened his eyes with difficulty, with a hint of hostility, but more of weakness. He used his body to resist the shells, and although he didn't die, he must have been seriously injured. The evil man gradually regained his mind and soon realized that he was hung up, and there were several humans standing in front of him, so he said angrily, "Bastards. Bastards." Bang. Suzaomo's fist hit him in the face, saying, "You're a prisoner, and you still dare to curse." The evil man tried to turn his face around, with a strong murderous intent flashing in his eyes. It's a pity. Because he was seriously injured, he couldn't break free from the chains. Jun Changxiao said, "You destroyed the construction site, and caused me to lose so much money, so let's count it as one punch and one teal." Bang. Bang. Suzaomo and Li Fei completely let go, and punched the evil man. Because the other party was very resistant to punching, it felt especially good to fight him. Xiao Dao huddled in the corner, trembling with fear. If it were me, I would have died a long time ago, after being punched by them. Boom. Boom. After a full half hour of abuse, Suzaomo and Li Fei stopped with sweat on their foreheads. On the other hand, although the evil man had a ferocious face, he did not faint from the crazy violence. "Sect Master." Suzaomo panted and said, "This guy's too resistant to punching." Jun Changxiao was convinced that the other party must be a martial artist who had developed his physical body to the extreme after resisting the bombardment of the god-modified RPG rocket launcher and being only charred black. HMPH. The evil man endured the pain and said with difficulty, "A bunch of scum, and how can they hurt this king? Although he has become a prisoner, he will not lose his innate nobility." This king? Jun Changxiao was surprised. According to Jiangzi and others' guess, this person should be the martial emperor. Why doesn't he call himself the emperor? Why is he so humble to call himself the king? Jun Changxiao put on glare sunglasses and turned on the qualification and level peeping function. As a result, all the data given by the other party were question marks. Isn't this guy a martial artist? If he is not a martial artist, how can he have such a tough body? Or is he actually a swordsman, but he also pays attention to the tempering of the body? Boy. The evil man raised his head with difficulty and said, "Are you the leader of the Eternal Ancient Sect?" This was analyzed from Suzaomo's calling him sovereign. Not bad. Jun Changxiao said lightly. The evil man's eyes suddenly became cold and fierce, and he said, "Where is my egg?" Egg? Jun Changxiao subconsciously looked at his crotch and said lightly, "Isn't it growing on your body?" It didn't explode. The evil man said, I'm talking about the egg with a shell." With a shell? Jun Changxiao was confused. "Boy." The evil man said coldly, "Hand over the egg, and I will spare your life." Suzaomo and Li Fei were immediately amused. Hasn't this naked man realized that he has become a prisoner and is in danger of being killed at any time? "Don't talk nonsense." Jun Changxiao said coldly, "Tell me, who sent you here?" The sect had just won the Dragon and Tiger Championship, and its prestige was unparalleled. At this time, someone actually came to make trouble, which was definitely strange. Could it be the Dark Sect forces? They changed their style, and no longer sneaked around, but directly sent strong men to kill them. They have fought each other so many times, and they should know each other's strengths well. Why did they send such a weak person? I will say it again. The evil man emphasized, "Hand over the eggs quickly, otherwise, your Wangdu sect will become a ruin." Xiao Dao, who was far away, admired him very much. People were captured and hung up, but they were still talking big. How much courage does it take? Jun Changxiao said coldly. Keep fighting for me. Yes. Suzuomo and Li Fei stepped forward again with fists clenched. However, when they were about to take action, the evil man's eyes suddenly flashed red, and a violent aura filled the cell. Jun Changxiao frowned. The momentum that the guy burst out was not the martial arts aura that humans should have, but more like a savage beast. The system said, this guy's not human. Not human. Jun Changxiao's face showed surprise. The evil man, who was filled with terrifying evil spirit, had a distorted and ferocious face and said, how dare you humiliate me like this? Then accept the punishment. Hoo-hoo. A stream of light suddenly flew out of his body and flew out of the cell along the gap. This is a signal for help. As long as he can get in touch with his left and right arms, he will lead the army to rescue. Hehe. The evil man laughed strangely. How can a small sect withstand the hundreds of thousands of beastmen of this seat? Suddenly, the smile froze. Because the distress signal was flying out of the cell and was about to go to the Death Valley, it hit the barrier and was completely blocked. What's going on? Hey. A voice came from his ear, and the evil man lowered his head stiffly and saw the leader of the Eternal Ancient Sect stopped in front of him, smiling harmlessly. I heard that you are not human. Chapter 732 Unintentionally Saving the World. Seeing Jun Changxiao's harmless smile, the demon man shuddered, and a strong ominous omen surged into his heart. Even when he faced the four martial saints and was sealed, he never had such a thought. Could it be? This human is not simple. The naturally noble demon man was fearless and said, how can this king be a lowly human? After getting the answer, Jun Changxiao's eyes lit up. Being able to speak human language and transform into a human form, this is definitely a high-level spiritual beast. If it is subdued, it must be very good to use it as a guard. This guy has a lot of contracted beasts. However, now that it has taken the initiative to deliver it to the door, its strength is comparable to that of a high-level martial emperor. How can it be rejected? I thought so. Suzuomo suddenly realized, no wonder it is so durable. Beasts have a unique advantage in defense, and it seems normal for them to resist artillery shells without dying. Hey. Jun Changxiao said, is the stream of light that just flew out a distress signal? The demon man was silent. He was quite arrogant just now, but he immediately became weak when the signal was not sent out. Hundreds of thousands of beast armies? Jun Changxiao touched his chin and guessed, could it be that you are also a beast leader and can dispatch your own people? Humph. The evil man said coldly, if this king sends out the signal, your Wangu sect will be razed to the ground by hundreds of thousands of troops within a day. From these words, Jun Changxiao confirmed his judgment, and the light flashing in his eyes became stronger. A spiritual beast with subordinates. Moreover, it seems that there are quite a few. If he can subdue it, can't he control more beasts? At that time, each member of the Wolf Riders whole will be equipped with a mount, and he will destroy whoever he is unhappy with. It must be very cool. Thinking of this, Jun Changxiao sat on the chair again, crossed his legs and said, become my contracted beast, and I will spare your life. Contracted beast. The evil man laughed, and then said solemnly, the beast tribe will never be enslaved. Really? Jun Changxiao also laughed, and his laugh was very gloomy. He did not continue to abuse the evil man, but returned to the study and began to think about how to subdue this guy. If there is a high quality leaderboard, it will be perfect. Jun Changxiao thought secretly. It is a bit difficult to subdue humans. But since it is a beast, it can be easily dealt with by throwing a leaderboard directly. Swipe. Jun Changxiao opened the high level mall and looked carefully, but he did not find the leaderboard, so he said helplessly, what should I do? The system said, the host can refresh the mid-level mall. If you are lucky, you may be able to get it. Why not try it? Jun Changxiao clicked on the mid-level mall and started refreshing. 10 minutes later, he leaned weakly on the chair and said, this is too bad. He spent 5,000 contribution points, but apart from buying some daily necessities, he didn't get the leaderboard. Don't be discouraged. The system said, I still have a lot of contribution points for the host. Go and refresh boldly, and you will definitely get it. Get lost. Jun Chang laughed. Knowing that the evil man was not human, Jun Changxiao ordered Zendegen to set up multiple formations outside the cell to prevent the guy from escaping. Xiao Daodao, who was hiding inside, wanted to cry, but had no tears at the moment. It turned out that this guy was not human, but a very powerful spirit beast. If the injury is recovered a little, the beast will kill himself. Wouldn't it be a tragedy? Damn. The evil man collapsed on the ground, clenched his fists with difficulty, and said, I swear not to be a beast, unless I destroy this sect. Although the signal was not sent out, it was not worried at all. The subordinates realized that he was late, and would definitely come to rescue him. What if they don't come? It doesn't matter. As long as he is still alive, he still has a breath. No matter how serious the injury is, it can heal itself. Who in heaven, or on earth, can restrain him then? But, as the night fell, the demon man's body emitted a faint light, which permeated every inch of his skin and gradually repaired his injuries. Xiao Daodao, who was hiding in the corner, bit his 10 fingers, and his eyes were filled with fear. The next day, the demon man's injuries recovered well, and he was able to sit up. Then he looked at Xiao Daodao with a cold look, and his eyes flashed with the violent aura that only ferocious beasts have. Gudu. Xiao Daodao swallowed a mouthful of saliva, then grabbed the iron window and shouted loudly, Master Jun, can you change my cell? I don't want to die. Crack. At this moment, the door opened. Suzaomo and Li Fei walked in, then tied up the demon man with chains, and took him away. Xiao Daodao breathed a sigh of relief. The back mountain. The demon man was tied to a wooden stake. 100 feet ahead, Xiao Zuji had already carried the god-modified RPG rocket launcher. Bang! When the trigger was pulled, the shell suddenly shook the space and shot out at the fastest speed. The pupils of the demon man shrank. Boom! Billowing white smoke rose. Creaky. Not long after, the cell door opened again. The demon man with a charred body was thrown in, and lay on the ground like a dead dog. Seeing this, Xiao Daodao, who had just relaxed, howled in his heart, why did they send it in again? At night, the demon man's self-healing ability was exerted again, but he was pulled out again the next day and bombarded again. This cycle repeated, making him unable to completely recover. Master. In the hall, Li Qingyang worriedly said, since that guy is a spirit beast, and has a large army of beasts, we must be on guard. That makes sense. Jun Changxiao ordered Zenda Shui to set up multiple thunder arrays at the foot of the mountain. Then he ordered Zhu Ringwei to let the members of the Wolf Riders Hall enter a state of alert, and be ready to face emergencies at any time. Master. One day, Li Luoqiu hurried over and said, I just got the information that a large number of ferocious beasts have poured into the Death Valley in the past few days, and all the warriors who went in for training have no news. Oh. Jun Changxiao was quite surprised. Ding. The side quest is triggered. Another quest. Jun Changxiao opened the system panel. The quest was the beast army will come to attack the sect soon. Rescue the Purple Ridge Demon King. The host needs to lead the disciples to hold the position. Elite quest. The beast army is coming to attack? Jun Changxiao frowned and said, could it be that the ferocious beasts pouring into the Death Valley are the subordinates of that guy? Wait. The Purple Ridge Demon King? Why does it sound so familiar? Fuck. Jun Changxiao suddenly remembered what Feng Fisher had said, and said with a wonderful expression on his face, that guy is the tragic monster that was sealed before his mission was successful? No. That was sealed by many martial saints. How can it be so weak? How can he be captured so easily by himself? What's more, he is an ambitious demon, as can be seen from the fact that he had previously assembled a large army to fight humans. Now that he has broken the seal and escaped, he will definitely come back. If he takes him down, wouldn't it be like accidentally saving the people from danger? The arrival of the side quest not only named the identity of the evil man, but also warned in advance that there would be fierce beasts attacking the Eternal Sect. This spoiler method is simply crazy. Death Valley. More and more fierce beasts gathered there, and the number has reached hundreds of thousands. However, their king has not returned yet. Brother, the Eternal Sect won the championship in the Dragon and Tiger contest, and its strength is very strong. I'm afraid the king is in trouble, said a spirit beast. Swish, swish. At this moment, streams of light broke through the sky and flew into the Death Valley, merging into the eyebrows of several spirit beasts. All the beasts shouted in unison, our king has been captured by the Eternal Sect. Go. The right-hand man spirit beast said murderously, "Go and rescue the king." Roar. Roar. On that day, hundreds of thousands of ferocious beasts rushed out of the Death Valley and poured towards the Eternal Sect like a tide. The roars shook the heaven and earth. Chapter 733. The beastmen will never be slaves. Sect Master Jun really saved the people unintentionally, because if the relevant departments in charge of this matter could not find the Purple Ridge Demon King and wait for it to gather strength and recover to fight with its brothers, the whole continent would inevitably fall into a bloody storm. However, the price of doing good things without leaving an aim is that the beast army will not attack others, but will point the spearhead at the Eternal Sect. Come on, come on. Jun Changxiao sat in the hall, holding his face with one hand and said, "Whether I can complete the branch task depends on you." Sect Master Zhu Ringwei walked in wearing armor and bowed his hands and said, "The defense line has been arranged, and the people in the villages along the way from Death Valley to Iron Bone Mountain have also been evacuated and properly resettled." Yes. Jun Changxiao nodded, and then he moved his mind and temporarily closed the guard sect. He only saw a few streams of light that had been blocked all the time, and finally flew out without being restrained, flying to the Death Valley. Everything is ready. Just wait for them to attack. Although there is a mission component, this behavior of using one's own sect to counter the beast army is really awe-inspiring. GG. Feeling that the distress signal he released had flown away, the Purple Ridge Demon King lying in the cell suddenly laughed strangely, but because of the injury involved, the smile looked abnormally ferocious. "Eternal Sect, your doomsday has come." At the foot of the mountain, thousands of wolf riders have already taken their positions. They are wearing armor, holding sophisticated weapons and equipment, and exuding a sense of having been through battles for a long time. There is no doubt. During this period of time, under the training of Zhu Ringwei and Tao Yuan, the number of members of the Wolf Riders has not only increased, but also their strength has become stronger. Of course, Jun Changxiao will not only let the Wolf Riders to counter the incoming beast army, but will mobilize the power of the entire sect. More than 10,000 disciples are all deployed on the front line. Brother, Long Xiang scratched his head and said, "Why do I feel like we are going to fight?" Li Qingyang said, "I heard from the sect master that there may be a strong enemy coming soon." Strong enemy? Long Xiang's face became solemn. It must be very difficult to mobilize the entire sect's strength. On Tegu Mountain, Xiao Zuji had already summoned the field artillery and placed it in the area where it could be fired. It can be said that before the Death Valley Beast Army received the King's distress signal, the Eternal Ancient Sect had already entered the first level combat readiness state. Although they are small in number, they are fully equipped with various equipment and various hot weapons. The combat power that bursts out must be very terrifying. Even if Zhejiang County transfers all its troops, it is just to die. What's more, the strongest point of the Eternal Ancient Sect is not the various guns and artillery, but the hundreds of Martial King disciples. Humans fighting humans cannot go to war. Humans fighting beasts are naturally not restricted. No wonder Jun Changxiao was not panicked after receiving the branch task. In his opinion, the beast army came to attack the Eternal Sect to rescue the Purple Ridge Demon King, which was to give away experience and crystal cores. Boom boom boom. About 2 hours later, the disciples of the Eternal Sect heard the sound of the earth shaking, and then saw rolling dust rising in the distance, like a huge wave rising in the sea. "Here it comes," Li Qingyang said solemnly. "My god." Long Xiang stared and said, "Such a big momentum?" Zhang Yi shook his head, picked up the piercing cloud sword stuck in the ground with one hand, and shouted, "Prepare for battle." Swish, swish. 2,000 members of the Wolf Riders Hall set up the Overlord Spear one after another. After rigorous training, they will not be afraid of any battlefield, and the only thought in their hearts is to go into battle and kill the enemy. Jun Changxiao, who was sitting in front of the mountain gate, waved his hand and said, "Carry that guy down." Yes. Suzaomo and Li Fei dragged the Purple Ridge Demon King down the mountain and tied him to the life and death arena. Roar, roar. As the monstrous dust rolled in, the roar sounded, and the whole space seemed to be shaken. At this point, the disciples of the Eternal Ancient Sect realized that the so-called powerful enemy was not a human, but a group of beasts. Exciting. Too exciting. The eyes of the inner disciples such as Long Xiang flashed with heat. The fierce beasts killed in the secret realm of life and death were just illusions, and now they can fight with real guns and live ammunition against a group of fierce beasts, which must be a different feeling. Boom. Boom. Dozens of semi-humanoid spirit beasts rush to the front of the team. Their strength must be comparable to that of a martial king, and there are even several comparable to a martial emperor. Hehe. The Purple Ridge Demon King, who was placed on the life and death arena, saw his left and right arms leading the crowd to kill, and laughed strangely again. Stupid human. It suppressed the pain all over its body, and said with a hideous face, "Accept the punishment." Roar. Roar. The beasts rushed over like a tide. However, the leading spirit beast saw that the king was bound, and stopped in place instantly. The subsequent beasts also stopped one after another. For a moment, looking down from the sky, the picture presented was that the beasts like a tide were separated from the disciples of the eternal ancient sect by 100 feet, and the atmosphere was tense. King. The spirit beast roared. Many beasts raised their heads and roared, as if they were crying for the wounded Zilin Demon King. Hey, hey. A loud voice sounded. Jun Changxiao was holding a big speaker. After testing the sound, he said loudly, "Your king has been captured. If you don't want him to die, put down your weapons and surrender. The side quest is to defend the eternal ancient sect. If you persuade them to surrender, it will be equivalent to completion." Swish. Suzayomo sacrificed the true Yang sword and placed it on the neck of the Zilin Demon King. This trick is very effective. The dozens of spirit beasts standing in front saw that the king's life was threatened, and their hearts suddenly became nervous. My people. At this moment, the Zilin Demon King shouted, "Several martial saints could hardly hurt me back then. How can this group of trash do it?" Yes. The king's body is so strong that even the martial saint cannot kill him. He can only seal him. How can he be injured by a sword? The beasts immediately regained their fighting spirit and burst out with even stronger anger. My people. The Purple Ridge Demon King roared, "Although I was captured, you must remember that the beast tribe will never be enslaved." The last 4 words were so strong that they broke the voice. It must be said that this guy is really strong. He was bombarded several times and still shouted loudly, "The beast tribe will never be enslaved." The left and right arms of the spirit beast clenched their fists tightly and then said with a ferocious face, "Go." Roar. Roar. The beasts roared angrily and rushed over with red eyes. More than 100,000 beasts rushed out together, not only like a surging wave, but also shaking the earth. Swish. Tao Yuan stood on a high place, waving the battle flag. After receiving the order, Zhang Yi raised his sword and stood up, the will to break through the battle. There is death but no life. Kill. Swish. Swish. One by one, the hurricane wolves ran. The entire Tegu mountain, as humans and beasts charged, seemed to have instantly turned into a cruel battlefield. Qingyang City. Ziguangcan got the news and jumped up from his chair, saying in surprise, "The beasts are attacking the eternal sect? Quick." He hurriedly ordered, "Dispatch the army to support." At the same time, the city lords of other cities also received the news that hundreds of thousands of beasts attacked the eternal sect, so they dispatched warriors from the city to support. For a while, all 8 cities in Qingyang County were mobilized. In the ancient altar in the farthest Zhangzhen province, when the beast army rushed out of the Death Valley, the globe-like ball began to vibrate violently. Not good. An old man in charge of the care said in surprise, "There is a herd of beasts rioting in southwest Yangzhou. It must be the work of the Purple Ridge Demon King that made the Earth Spirit instrument issue such a strong warning." Damn it. The person in charge of the altar said angrily, "This monster actually escaped from Bimozhou to southwest Yangzhou, and it has begun to harm the people in such a short time. Its condition should have completely recovered. Quickly contact Mu Changhang in southwest Yangzhou and tell him to hold on until the reinforcement come." Yes. Contact the mayors of the 2 states of Xianzhou and Nanhuangzhou and ask them to send strong men to reinforce as soon as possible. Yes. Contact City Lord Han and ask him to go to southwest Yangzhou immediately. Yes. Announce to the 5th rate and above sects that Xinjiang continent has entered the 1st level alert state, and let the 3rd rate and above sects quickly send elite disciples to southwest Yangzhou. Yes. The person in charge of the altar issued several orders in succession. Judging from the extremely fast speaking speed, the situation is very critical and urgent. But, Xianyu Royal City, City Lord's Mansion. Mu Changhong, who was drinking tea, heard a voice in his ears. He stood up and said in surprise, "The Purple Demon King broke the seal and led the beasts to attack our city of Yangzhou in the southwest." City Lord. At this moment, a formation master hurried in and said, the location of the Zhangzhou altar was transmitted. The beast riot occurred in Qingyang County, Tigu Mountain. Trouble. Mu Changhong took off directly and rushed towards Qingyang County. He was accompanied by Yi Xiangxing, the owner of the certification hall, and Sita Heoan, the dean of Xianyu Academy. The two of them also received the news from the altar. In the two royal cities of Ninhuangzhou and Xianzhou, martial emperors flew out one after another. What's going on? Many warriors were surprised. So many martial emperors flew out together. Something must have happened. Master, Ma Yunteng of Kangshan Sect came running and said, the altar has sent a message that the Purple Ridge Demon King has appeared and is leading a group of beasts to attack Qingyang County. What? The master of Kangshan Sect widened his eyes. Swish, swish. Ma Yunteng, Wang Donglin and other elders of Kangshan Sect flew down the mountain gate and rushed towards Qingyang County. Although the altar did not say that the 5 great sects would go to reinforce, they were allies with the Eternal Ancient Sect. When Qingyang County encountered a group of beasts rioting, they would definitely be obliged to help. Zijingxuan of Myotha Palace also got the news and said, the location of the beasts is in Qingyang City. The sect of Jun Changxiao will definitely be affected. First elder, second elder. She hurriedly ordered, go to support quickly. Yes. Although Changsan Fanghe and Leng Xinggai hated Jun Changxiao, they had received a message from the altar that the beasts were rioting, and as a member of the human race, they naturally could not sit idly by. Master Jun. Zijingxuan clutched the corner of her clothes with her small hands and said with great concern, the entire continent has entered the first level of alert. You must hold on until the reinforcement come to help. Swish, swish. City Lord Han of Dazan Imperial City has been notified. He has fully opened his martial arts cultivation and rushed to Yangzhou in the southwest at the fastest speed. A resolute look appeared on his vicissitudes of life face. The Purple Ridge Demon King is very powerful. In the past, many martial arts saints could only seal it, but could not kill it. Without the assistance of strong people of the same realm, I'm afraid that I will never come back. Even so, he will not retreat. Because, if I shrink back, because of fear of death, who will protect the people of this world? Tigu Mountain, in front of the sect. Jun Changxiao sat on a chair, holding fried rice in one hand, and eating with chopsticks in the other, and praised, the fried rice made by the girl is getting more and more fragrant. Chapter 734, Moths to Flame. The Earth Spirit Instrument issued a high energy warning, indicating that there was a large-scale beast riot. The person in charge of the altar firmly believed that only the Purple Ridge Demon King could do this. Since it dared to launch an offensive, it meant that it had completely recovered from the seal. In this case, the situation is very serious. The news of the birth of the Purple Ridge Demon King spread to various states and forces, and the entire continent suddenly became extremely nervous. If it was just a beast riot, they would not be, as if they were facing a great enemy. The main reason is that the monster is very terrifying. Many martial saints did not wipe it out back then. Now it has come back to attack, and the continent will be devastated. So, after receiving the news from the altar, all sects and strong men from all sides went out collectively. The rise and fall of the continent is the responsibility of every man. Just when the whole world was nervous and mobilized, Jun Changxiao, who was at the scene of the beast riot, was actually eating fried rice leisurely. It can't be blamed on him. I don't know that strong men from all walks of life are coming to help, and I'm really hungry. Bang! Suddenly, the field artillery on the top of the mountain fired. The shells dragged streams of light, drew a beautiful arc, and landed in the rushing beasts with incomparable accuracy. Boom! The power of the explosion swept around and rolled up gusts of wind. Puff! Jun Changxiao spit out the fried rice in his mouth. His eyelids rolled up, and he leaned back on the chair and heard a buzzing sound in his ears. The side effects of using the Kyankan talisman have not been eliminated. He has no cultivation now. When he was wearing sunglasses to spy on the boy, he also mistakenly wrote "walk to the mountain gate" as fly past. Whoosh, the dust dissipated, and the explosion area sank into a deep pit, and tens of thousands of ferocious beasts had died tragically in it. The Purple Ridge Demon King, who was tied to the life and death arena, suddenly widened his eyes. What is that thing? It can actually burst out with such a terrifying power. Bang! Ziozuji fired another cannon, and the cannonball with a trail of light flew over the Purple Ridge Demon King, and then landed in the herd again. Boom. The second shell exploded again, interpreting the art of explosion with its power. After 2 cannons, countless beasts were killed and injured, and their limbs, broken arms, and blood gathered. Crystal cores were scattered everywhere, and the air was filled with a disgusting smell. Kill! Zhang Yi shouted angrily, and led the crowd to sprint over. Puff! Puff! The members of the Wolf Riders Hall immediately fought with the attacking herd of beasts, and the sharp spears ruthlessly killed everything. The beast tribe that came to rescue the Purple Ridge Demon King, except for the left and right arm spirit beasts, which were relatively strong. The others were nothing more than a temporary formation of miscellaneous soldiers. They had been assembled in Death Valley in a hurry, and their combat effectiveness can be imagined. Of course, no matter how mixed they were stronger than the former White Tiger Legion. However, in the past few years, the strength of the Wolf Riders Hall of the Eternal Ancient Sect has doubled, and it is easy to deal with such miscellaneous soldiers. Puff! Puff! Zhang Yi led the crowd like an indestructible spear, tearing through the beast tide fiercely, and then turned the spearhead to continue to kill back. Although they are powerful, and seem to have no one in the world, there are too many fierce beasts. After this charge, a large number of fierce beasts have approached the defense line. Boom. Boom. At the same time, there was a burst of sound in the sky, and strong spiritual energy and explosive anger came wantonly. Several Emperor-level spirit beasts have already fought with the 5 absolute evil saints in the sky. In terms of quantity, they have the advantage, but the opponent was once a martial saint after all. Although he is only an Emperor-level cultivator now, he can easily compete. The king-level spirit beasts in the beast army have also been stopped by the Eternal Ancient Sect F4, and led to the outside of the battlefield for a fierce battle. In terms of high-level combat power, the Eternal Ancient Sect is not inferior to this group of beasts. Moreover, Little Dragon and Little Fairy hadn't gone to battle yet, and the Grand Elder of the Extreme Cold Palace was still sweeping the floor in the outer courtyard. Jun Changxiao smiled and said, "Except for the large number, their strength is really poor. They dare to attack my Wangu sect. They must be out of their minds." He was a bit cocky. It was also the fault of the Purple Ridge Demon King for being too arrogant. He thought that the 5th-rate sect was weak, so he came here alone, but ended up being a prisoner. If he retreated to the Death Valley to recuperate, restore his best condition, and dispatch more and stronger beasts, and then came to ask for eggs, the situation would definitely be different. One wrong move. The whole game is lost. Damn it. The Purple Ridge Demon King, who was tied to the life and death arena, watched his people fall one by one, and his eyes gradually turned red. Roar. Roar. The beasts rushed over regardless of life and death. They didn't have spiritual intelligence, but they had only one thought in their hearts, that was to save the king. Boom. 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 However, when approaching the Wanguzang's defense line, the space suddenly shook, and lightning attributes splashed, causing a series of huge explosions. Zendejin covered his face with one hand, shook his shoulders and laughed strangely. Art comes from explosions. Seeing tens of thousands of his people die, the eyes of the Purple Demon King gradually showed bloodshot, and the anger in his heart reached its peak. But there was nothing he could do. Because he was bombarded repeatedly, his body was always in a state of serious injury. Give up. Suzuomo, who was standing next to him, and taking care of him, shook her head and said, "Let them continue to rush over. It will only make meaningless sacrifices." This was a kind reminder. Because a large number of Wu Wang level disciples of the Eternal Ancient Sect had not yet taken action. It is undeniable that there are many fierce beasts attacking the Eternal Ancient Sect, but with the top forces suppressed, the low-level fierce beasts alone are definitely a group of good babies saving their grandfathers. Roar. The fierce beasts that waded through the thunder array with their companions were still sprinting angrily, getting closer and closer to the defense line. Swish. Swish. The front-end disciples of the Eternal Ancient Sect set up AK-47s one after another. Although there is a monthly purchase limit for this weapon, as long as the CD cools down, Jun Changxiao will buy it and distribute it to Xiaotang. Now the number has reached nearly 100. A 100-man regiment lined up in front of the life and death arena, and a dense mass of ferocious beasts were rushing over from the opposite side. The visual was very vivid. Roar. Roar. The beasts were still rushing over one after another. Shoot. Da da da. Da da da. It was as if an endless stream of bullets were bursting out, either piercing the beasts' heads, or beating them into a hornet's nest. The scene was extremely tragic. Puff. Puff. One ferocious beast after another fell, and the subsequent ferocious beasts took over, relying on the beast-tied tactics to attack the defense line, just to save their king. Li Qingyang and others stood behind the defense line, and did not take action, because at present, although the beasts were not afraid of death, and continued to rush over, they might not be able to rush to the defense line under the suppression of firepower. Boom. Boom. In midair, the 5 absolute evil saints completely exploded their own cultivation, and the evil spirit filled their hands, fighting with several emperor-level spirit beasts. On the other side, Jiangzi and his 4 companions successfully restrained more than 20 martial kings, making them unable to split their attention to help the beasts break through the defense line. Whoosh. Whoosh. On the sentry tower behind the defense line, members of Xiaotang were equipped with AWM and Type 88 sniper rifles, accurately killing the beasts in the beast herd. In a short time, the beast army suffered heavy casualties. Judging from the current situation, they rushed forward one after another, just like moths to a flame. Don't you think it's cruel to let your men die like this? Jun Changxiao came over at some point, stopped in front of the Purple Ridge Demon King, put the loudspeaker to its mouth, and said, "If I were you, I would never let the tragedy continue." The Purple Ridge Demon King clenched his fists tightly, and his anger was indescribable. However, after witnessing his men and people falling one by one in the charge, he still shouted unwillingly, "Stop. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels." Chapter 735. Strong men from all over the world gather at Tegu Mountain. Stop. The weak voice of the Purple Ridge Demon King was infinitely amplified through the loudspeaker, resounding over the entire Iron Bone Mountain. For a moment, the beasts that were charging forward stopped one after another, and dozens of high-level spirit beasts fighting with the 5 absolute evil saints looked at the king in astonishment. The Purple Ridge Demon King lowered his head, and Jun Changxiao followed and moved the loudspeaker down. After a while, a voice full of unwillingness and anger came out, "All of you get out of here. Orcs will never be slaves, but they will not make unnecessary sacrifices." This small 5th-rate sect has huge energy, forcing the Purple Ridge Demon King to give up the attack. "King." The left and right arm spirit beasts shouted. "It and its kind will not care about death. As long as the king can be rescued, it doesn't matter, even if the last drop of blood is shed. Get out." The Purple Ridge Demon King's voice was slightly weak, but it was unquestionable. The king's order was an imperial decree, and had to be obeyed, so the left and right arms gritted their teeth and said, "Retreat." Roar. Roar. The remaining more than 100,000 beasts screamed and roared, then retreated. The sect master did not give orders, and the disciples of the Eternal Sect did not pursue the victory. In a short time, there were only corpses of the beasts who died tragically on the battlefield, and crystal cores that had not been completely trampled. This fight between humans and beasts started quickly and ended quickly, because of the disparity in strength. Ding. The side quest is completed, and the host has obtained 10,000 contribution points. Ding. Contribution value 19,960/20,000 point. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the side quest and obtaining the hidden rewards of high quality leaderable X1 and experience symbol X2. After hearing the reward, Jun Changxiao's eyes lit up immediately. He was worried that he could not subdue the Purple Ridge Demon King, and the task immediately rewarded a high quality leader ball. This is really a timely help. Take it back to the sect. Jun Changxiao shouted. Yes. Suzaomo and Li Fei dragged the Purple Ridge Demon King away, but the latter said angrily, damn human, I will remember this grudge. As a noble beast, even if he was captured, even if his subordinates were defeated, he still had to say the harsh words, otherwise it would be so embarrassing. Jun Changxiao shook his head and said, I'll let you eat fried rice in a while. Sect Master. Li Qingyang came over and said, many crystal cores were trampled, and only 20,000 or 30,000 were left. Not bad. Jun Changxiao glanced at the corpses on the ground and said, if you can peel off the skin and bones, take them away. Yes. Li Qingyang was about to order his fellow disciples to take action, and saw Ziguancan and others leading a large number of warriors rushing over in a hurry. They were closest to the Eternal Sect, and naturally they were the fastest to come to help. However, when they saw the corpses of the beasts on the ground, they all stood there like wooden chickens. Thank you, Lord. Jun Changxiao said. Why are you here? Ziguancan came back to his senses and said, Master Jun, I got the news that a group of beasts attacked the Eternal Sect, so I brought a large army to support them. You are too late, they have been defeated. Jun Changxiao said this, but he was very moved in his heart. After all, this is a friend in need. Ziguancan's mouth twitched. From getting the news to gathering people to support, it seemed that less than half an hour had passed. It was said that there were hundreds of thousands of beasts that were defeated. This speed was too fast. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At this moment, Mu Changhong, Yi Xiangxing and Sita Haoan landed on the life and death arena. Looking at the corpses of beasts on the ground in the distance, their expressions were dull. They knew the seriousness of the matter better than Ziguancan, so after not seeing any living beasts, they said in unison, where are the beasts? Deal with it. Jun Changxiao said. In his heart, he was wondering, Ziguancan and other city lords were very close to him, so it was normal for them to know that the beasts were coming. How did these strong men in Xianyuking City know about it? Swoosh, the space shook for a while, and only saw City Lord Han appearing out of thin air, with a burst of momentum all over his body, and he was obviously ready to fight immediately. But, when he saw the corpses of the beasts scattered all over Tigu Mountain, and saw that there was no living beast, and saw that the disciples of Wangu sect were skinning and boned, the expression on his face gradually solidified. City Lord Han? Jun Changxiao asked in surprise, why are you here too? After all, City Lord Han had been through many battles, and he quickly calmed down and said, the beasts are rioting and causing trouble to the people. Han came to help. Jun Changxiao. Just a group of miscellaneous soldiers, but they even alarmed the martial saint. It's too much of a fuss. Master Jun. City Lord Han said, what about the monster? As he spoke, his body exuded a momentum of self-sacrifice. In this era, when the martial emperor has long since stopped caring about worldly affairs, as a martial saint, he must take responsibility. Monster? Are you referring to the Purple Ridge Monster King? Swish, swish. Not long after, the elders of the Kangshan sect, led by Ma Yunteng, also rushed over. They had come with the determination to fight to the death with the Eternal Sect, but they didn't see the beasts, and they all stood there in a daze. Seeing so many people coming to support, Jun Changxiao immediately realized that there must be something fishy, so he hurriedly asked Mu Changhang in a low voice, until he learned that a very powerful relevant department in Zhangzhou had captured the beast riot and contacted the major sects to issue a first level alert. His expression suddenly became exciting. Please, is it necessary to mobilize so many troops for such a ruthless beast group? Jun Changxiao couldn't understand it, because he didn't know how powerful the Purple Ridge Monster King was in his heyday. Swish, swish. Not long after, the strong men from Xianzhou and Huangzhou came one after another, and they were collectively stunned when they saw the corpses of the beasts all over the ground. The altar released the news at the fastest speed, making it seem like a disaster was coming. They rushed here in a hurry, but the situation was not as serious as they imagined, so they would naturally be very upset. An hour later, many strong people gathered at the foot of Tigu Mountain, which can be said to be a gathering of heroes. However, when they confirmed again and again that the beasts had been killed and repelled, they stood there in a mess in the wind. The altar was also depressed, because after the beasts faded away, the earth spirit instrument suddenly stopped shaking. Why did it stop? Several old men were stunned. At this time, the head of the group received the message from City Lord Han, and the corner of his mouth twitched slightly and said, "We made a mistake. It was not the Purple Ridge Demon King who led his army to kill, but a small-scale beast group was restless and had been annihilated by the Eternal Ancient Sect." No way. Everyone collapsed collectively. It may be that the space shock from the Great Emperor City last time affected the Earth Spirit instrument, so it was too sensitive in the early warning. The person in charge analyzed. It's possible. The others agreed. Send the order to lift the first level alert and remind all forces that the news about the birth of the Purple Ridge Demon King should not be spread at will so as not to cause panic. The person in charge said, "Yes. Tegu Mountain, Life and Death Arena." Looking at the various strong men flying in the sky and standing below, Jun Changxiao bowed and said, "My Wangu sect is in trouble, and you all come to help from all directions. I'm really grateful to you." The corners of the strong men's mouths twitched. "Who is here to help you?" "We are here to help the entire continent." However, Jun Changxiao said again, "This is indeed a small group of beasts that are invading. Their strength is also very poor. They have been destroyed by my Wangu sect. Please don't be nervous. He will not tell anyone about the Purple Ridge Demon King. After all, he still needs to subdue him for his own use, so he can only minimize the problem." "Okay." The Lord of the King City of Xi'an's house said, "It's a waste of time. Let's go. Let's go." Since there is no Purple Ridge Demon King to harm the world, they will definitely not stay for long. Master Yi. Just as Yi Xiangxing was about to leave, Jun Chang smiled and said, "The battle between the dragon and the tiger is over. As for the spirit stones, what do you think?" Chapter 736. I'm waiting for you to torture me after I have eaten my fill. The strong men from all walks of life rushed over, but the situation was not as serious as they imagined, so they left without stopping. Of course. Before leaving, they did not forget to inquire about the Eternal Sect. This sect that rose like a comet made them feel very mysterious, so they naturally wanted to learn more about it. Unfortunately, as soon as the spiritual thoughts rushed to Tegu Mountain, they were mercilessly bounced back by the formation. Zendejin, the head of the formation hall, was not only good at using explosions to play art. Since he studied the 32 formations of Kimen, he had already arranged a large isolation formation for the sect to prevent others from spying with spiritual thoughts. Since it is not the Purple Ridge Demon King who is causing trouble for the people, Han will take his leave first. City Lord Han bowed. Jun Changxiao took the space ring containing a large number of spiritual stones from Yi Xiangxing and said, "City Lord Han has come here with great difficulty. Why don't you stay for a simple meal before leaving? A martial saint. If you can make friends, you must make friends. The affairs of the Imperial City are busy, so I won't bother you." Sect Lord Jun. City Lord Han bowed, then got up and flew away. Lord Mu, stay for a quick meal? Jun Changxiao looked at Lord Mu, who shook his head and said, "Let's do it another day." As a result, the strong men from all sides in Tegu Mountain left quickly, but they were muttering in their hearts that it was obviously a small group of low-level beasts that came to attack, and the altar was making a fuss. After watching everyone leave, Jun Changxiao was also muttering secretly, "This Zilan Demon King should be capable, otherwise how could he make the strong men of the entire continent so nervous? But, it's too weak to blow it up with one shot. Or is it that the guy has been sealed for too long and his strength has not reached its peak, thinking that my Wangu sect is easy to bully, so he came here arrogantly to cause trouble? If that's the case." Jun Changxiao shook his head and said, "It really has a fight with the idea of dying before the mission is accomplished. Of course not. Thousands of years ago, so many fierce beasts were gathered to let go and fight a big battle, but they died before they even started. Now it has come back, and even its cultivation has not recovered, and its younger brothers have not been summoned, and it has become a prisoner again." The Purple Ridge Demon King, who was locked up in the cell again, lamented with tears, "I want to do something big, but why is it so difficult?" Creaky. The door opened again. Suzuomo walked in first and put the chair in place neatly. Jun Changxiao sat down and crossed his legs, clasped his fingers together, and said with a smile, "Are you convinced?" "I'm convinced," the Purple Ridge Demon King said angrily. Although it was captured and its younger brother was defeated, it was unwilling to give up because it was not in its strongest state. Otherwise it would have crushed this human and his sect to pieces. Jun Changxiao said solemnly, "You are a demon king who wants to do big things, and I'm also a person who wants to do big things. Let's join forces to form a human-demon combination, and we will definitely achieve great success. Ding. Your friend, Deputy Director Jun of the Strategic Hoax Bureau, is online. Bah." The Purple Ridge Demon King said angrily, "You humans are cunning and sinister. I was sold and have to help you count the money. How can I work with you?" Jun Changxiao said seriously, "Your strongest body, my strongest brain. We can really do whatever we want in the Starfall continent together." He was not in a hurry to use the head ball because he could use his mouth to persuade him to surrender so he could save it. However, the Purple Ridge Demon King was determined and said, "Dream of your spring, spring. Dream of your spring and autumn? Yes. Dream of your spring and autumn. Hey." Jun Changxiao stood up and said, "Since you don't know the current situation, don't blame me for being rude." Swish. The high quality head ball appeared in his hand, and he made a cool pitching posture and said, "Tell me it smells good." Bang. The head ball hit the Purple Ridge Demon King's head directly, but nothing happened. Huh. Jun Changxiao was stunned. He picked up the Master Ball again and shouted again, "Go, Master Ball." Bang. It hit Ziling's head again, but there was still no change. Fuck. Jun Changxiao collapsed and said, "Why not?" Bang, bang, bang. He hit it several times in a row, and finally lay on the chair panting, shouting in his heart, "What's going on?" The system said, "In theory, the Zilin Demon King is only at the Emperor level, and it should be subdued directly. The host has repeatedly failed, which means that its true strength has exceeded the scope of capture of high quality Master Balls." Jun Changxiao collapsed. "I completed the task and was given a Master Ball, but I couldn't subdue it as I wished. What's the use of my identity as the protagonist?" The system said, "Shouldn't the host laugh?" "Why should I laugh? If even the high quality leader ball can't subdue it, it means the level is very high. If you use it for your own benefit, it will definitely be a very powerful fighter." This sentence instantly reminded Jun Changxiao, and he immediately changed from a collapsed state to a sly smile, and said, "That makes sense." Seeing his sudden weird smile, the Zilin Demon King shuddered in his heart and thought to himself, "He doesn't have any disgusting habits, does he? Are you hungry?" Jun Changxiao said gently, "Hungry? Even if I was really hungry, how could I say it out loud?" Zio Mew. Jun Chang smiled and said, "Go ask Dudu to cook a few dishes, and bring 2 jars of wine. I want to get drunk with this warrior today." "Yes." Suzayomo left quickly. Not long after, Yahui and Ahui prepared the table, and then put on a variety of delicacies and 2 jars of old wine. "These dishes are very hard, all meat." "Warrior." Jun Chang smiled and said, "Since you are a beastman, I prepared more meat dishes." "Humph." The Purple Ridge Demon King sneered and said, "I prefer to eat human flesh. It's a pity that I'm not Tang Monk, otherwise I'll cut a piece for you to eat." Jun Chang smiled and sat down, saying, "Untie this warrior." Kakaka. The chains were removed, and the Purple Ridge Demon King staggered a few steps, looking really weak. However, it did not walk over, but said coldly, "Damn human, what tricks are you playing?" Jun Changxiao said, "After all, you are a prisoner, so you must eat well, so that you can continue to abuse." Master Jun Zhao Dao curled up in the corner, smelled the intoxicating aroma of the food and said weakly, "Can I do it too? Take him out and beat him up." Zhao Dao, who was in the way, was taken out, and only Jun Changxiao and Zilin Demon King were left in the cell. One was weak and had no cultivation, and the other was seriously injured and exhausted. They felt like brothers in distress. The aroma of food filled the entire cell, madly impacting Zilin Demon King's extremely sensitive sense of smell, so that he couldn't help drooling. "Come and eat," Jun Changxiao said, and picked up the chopsticks and started eating. Seeing that he was eating so much, Zilin Demon King swallowed a mouthful of saliva, then turned his head away with difficulty, but his body honestly moved forward step by step. Pa. He sat down, put his left hand on his right wrist, and forcibly stopped himself from taking the chopsticks. His face was extremely ferocious and he struggled. King. You must hold on. Unfortunately, the self-restraint of animals is not as good as that of humans. In the end, the Purple Ridge Demon King fell, picked up a piece of braised pork with chopsticks, and said angrily, "Stupid humans, I'm full, and waiting for you to abuse me." Swish. He swallowed it into his mouth. But, as soon as the food reached his mouth, before he chewed it, the taste of the food deeply stimulated the nerves of the Purple Ridge Demon King along the taste buds, making him feel as if he was struck by lightning, and all his burnt black hair stood up. In a trance, it seemed to be running in the sunset that was its lost youth. Chapter 737, Construction of Level 8, Lingian Pavilion opened. Fierce beasts are not particular about food, and often eat raw meat directly. Therefore, the meal prepared by Liu Wanshi instantly brought a fatal blow to the Purple Ridge Demon King, who sat there for a long time without coming back to his senses. At that moment, his soul had already flown away, chasing his lost youth under the setting sun. It's done. A smile appeared on Jun Changxiao's face. He was still very confident in the meal, prepared by Liu Wanshi. As long as the other party can taste good, if it doesn't work once, try a few more times, to see how long it can last. Badgie. The Purple Ridge Demon King's soul was tired from running, and then he ate voraciously. He was really too weak and too hungry. In just a moment, a table of delicacies was eaten up by him. Gulp. After drinking most of the jar of wine, the Purple Ridge Demon King was still unsatisfied and said, "Are there any more?" "Yes, tomorrow." Jun Changxiao snapped his fingers and said, "Xiaomo, pull it out to accept the punishment of the cannon execution." Purple Ridge Demon King. This guy just ate and started to abuse without even taking a breath. The speed is too fast. Boom. The sound of artillery came from the back mountain. Not long after, the Purple Demon King with bruises all over his body was dragged back to the cell. Jun Changxiao knew that this guy must have been awesome in his heyday, so during the surrender stage, he must continue to bombard him so that he can't recover and always be in a weak state. Xiao Zuji never expected that he would not only find a living target, but also that he could practice with it every day. This is very comfortable. Swish. Jun Changxiao stretched out on the chair in the study and then began to think about more questions, such as the egg that the Purple Demon King once mentioned. Is it the egg obtained from the fire dragon beast and eventually hatched into a little dragon? Could it be? Jun Changxiao asked in surprise. Did it lay the egg? No. That guy is obviously a male. How could he lay eggs? The system said, maybe it has this function. Bullshit. Jun Changxiao never believed that the male body had the ability to nurture living beings. Otherwise, what was the use of the female body? Go ask tomorrow. This Zilin Demon King must have a story, and it must be uncovered. Sect Master. Old Welly walked in and said, a new batch of medicinal materials has matured. Really? Jun Changxiao's eyes were filled with joy. This batch of mature medicinal materials can be used to refine the Wu Wang pill. After collecting them from the medicine hall into the space ring, he began to refine them to the maximum without hesitation. It's troublesome. Jun Changxiao rubbed his temple and said, I have to do this kind of alchemy myself. The system said speechlessly, you rely on tasks and experience symbols to improve your realm throughout the process. Can doing some work tire you to death? Yes. The side quests give a lot of contribution points, and they have to be consumed to make room for the rewards given by the sect tasks. Jun Changxiao murmured. As the construction of the sect is improved, the upper limit of the number of people will increase, so the martial arts equipment must be continuously expanded. When the contribution points are not much, Jun Changxiao will mostly use them to refresh them all to try his luck, but since the number of disciples has exceeded 10,000, he is more inclined to use them for the development of the sect. This is also normal. After all, it is a sect system, and everything is based on the sect. The next day, Jun Changxiao first inspected the construction of the construction site, and then went to the cell. As usual, he put out wine and food for the Purple Ridge Demon King to eat first. This made Xiao Dao very greedy, but he could only watch and dared not say anything. During the meal, Sect Master Jun asked about the eggs, but the other party ate them, but he was very principled and didn't answer any questions. Whatever. Just execute him directly. Next, Zilin Demon King can eat Liu Wanxi's meals every day, and he will be bombarded every day. His life can be described as ice and fire. The Eternal Sect returned to its former peace, and the disciples continued to practice and do tasks. A few days later, all the sect tasks were completed, the number of people and achievement values all met the standards, and the construction appeared an upgrade button. Upgrade. Ding. Sect construction has been upgraded to level 8. Ding. The upper limit of sect members, contribution values, and achievement values has been increased. Ding. Sect Lingayan Pavilion is opened. The prompt sound ended, and the system panel changed. Sect name, the Strongest Sect in Eternal Ages. Sect Master, Jun Changxiao. Sect level, 5th stream. Sect construction, level 8. Sect functions, Alchemy Pavilion, Casting Pavilion, Lingayan Pavilion. Sect skills, Yijinjing, Divine Grade Elementary, Mountain Collapse and Earth Splitting Fist, Extreme Grade High Grade. Sect members 20,000/50,000. Sect contribution value 20,000/50,000. Sect achievement value 2,200/50,000. Sect mission, none. Sect main mission, within 100 years. Seeing that the values of various items have been increased from 20,000 to 50,000, Jun Changxiao almost couldn't help dancing. After all, it was only halfway to the main mission quota. If it is upgraded to level 9, it is likely to reach 100,000. Calm down, calm down. Jun Changxiao took a deep breath and said, "We have only walked halfway, don't get too proud too early." He said this, but in fact he had already squatted down, covering his face, and getting too proud. The most exciting thing after the system upgrade is not the improvement of various values, but the new functions that have been opened. What could this be? Could it really be possible to summon the meritorious officials of the Tang Dynasty? Jun Changxiao had already begun to imagine the scene of summoning Qin Kaiang, Cheng Yaojin and other fierce men. It is also possible that there are portraits of 24 meritorious officials in it, which can inspire him to have the ability of a famous general. The system said, "Can you stop wasting time? Click it and take a look." Okay. Jun Changxiao clicked on the Lingayan Pavilion, and a small panel suddenly appeared. This newly opened function is similar to a 3D projection space, and there are indeed 24 drawings hanging inside, with nothing. Where are the portraits? Jun Changxiao collapsed and said, "Why are there 24 blank papers?" At this moment, he saw a line of small words written at the bottom, which read, "This Lingayan Pavilion imitates the meritorious officials pavilion of Emperor Taizong of Tang Dynasty. The host can also designate 24 disciples of the sect to become the 24 meritorious officials of the Eternal Sect. If they meet the conditions, the disciples who are awarded can receive generous rewards." Looking down, there is an optional list. When you touch it lightly, a dense list of names is immediately listed. The first one is Lu Qian, the second one is Li Qingyang, the third one is Su Xiaomo, and so on. Judging from the order, they should be arranged according to the time of entry. Just choose 24. Jun Changxiao focused on Lu Qian's name. Whoosh. The drawing hanging on the top of Lingayan Pavilion gradually showed lines, as if it was automatically drawing, until it was completed, showing the 3 words Lu Qian. Jun Changxiao was speechless. I thought they were going to draw the appearance of the disciples, but it turned out that only the names were written. There were still lines on the drawing, and the last content was, merit value. 10/100 points, not eligible to enter Lingayan Pavilion. Why does this require merit value? Didn't I say I can specify it at will? Jun Changxiao collapsed. The system said, the host is only eligible for nomination. Whether he can enter Lingayan Pavilion in the end depends on how much contribution the disciple has made to the sect. I see. Jun Changxiao clicked on leaking Guiyang's name again, and the second piece of white paper gradually showed the content. Leaking Guiyang, merit value 9800 points, not eligible to enter Lingayan Pavilion for the time being. Oh my god. Jun Changxiao was surprised and said, is the merit value of my second disciple so high? Nonsense. The system said, he is responsible for internal affairs, instructs fellow disciples, and has been transforming the construction of the sect. Such an all-round general manager has made a great contribution to the sect. So, King Guiyang is my favorite. Jun Changxiao clicked on Xiao Zuji and Su Xiaomo one after another. After their names were printed, the merit values presented were 34 and 31 respectively. The system said speechlessly, there are only 24 places in Lingayan Pavilion. Although it can be changed at will before the final entry, the host cannot be so careless. They are all core disciples of my Wangu sect. How can we be careless? Jun Changxiao said, and clicked on Yi Xingchen's name. The merit value presented by the other party was only 6 points, which was lower than Lu Kai and Qian. How is this merit value calculated? How do I know? Aren't you omnipotent? Have you ever seen an omnipotent system being slapped in the face again and again? No. P.S. The fourth update. It's almost the end of the month. Everyone has monthly tickets and recommendation tickets that have not been torn up yet. Chapter 738 Merit Points. Jun Changxiao selected several disciples one after another, such as Li Fei and Qian Qi, and the merit points they presented were also fluctuating around 1030. It was still far from reaching the maximum value. It seems to have no effect. Jun Changxiao frowned. The previous functions were either to refine pills, cast, or directly refine talismans. This function is to nominate 24 disciples, which seems to be of no substantial help to him. The system said, didn't I say that disciples who meet the requirements to live in Lingayan Pavilion will receive generous rewards? But how to get the merit points? Explore it slowly. Jun Changxiao was too lazy to talk, and then pulled down the list of disciples, locked on Shangwen Zinao's name, and said, see how much this girl has. The reason why he had this idea was that the little girl created a lot of martial arts. Oh my god. After the name and value appeared, Jun Changxiao was surprised and said, there are actually 60 merit points. The system said, this girl created a lot of semi-finished mental methods and helped the host buy martial arts from the Kung Fu Pavilion. Maybe that's why her merit value is high. So, only those who have made great contributions to themselves and the sect will increase their merit points. Jun Changxiao said, nonsense. The system said, it's a sure thing. Let me think it over. Jun Changxiao leaned back in his chair and thought about it. According to his deduction, this merit value increase is definitely complicated. If a disciple wants to get it, he must do something meaningful to the sect. Leaking Guiyang's merit value is so high because he has been worrying about the sect. Shangwen Zinao's merit value is so high because she assisted herself in buying martial arts so that all the disciples of the sect can benefit from it. However, Yi Xingchen won the championship of the sect competition alone and entered the list of heroes. It should be said that his merit value is also high. Why is it lower than Lu Kai and Qian's? The system said, maybe winning the championship only improves the prestige of the sect, but does not bring more help to the sect or the disciples, so it is either not given or given less. It's possible. Jun Changxiao agreed. The best proof is Xiao Zuji and Su Xiaomo. The two have also participated in the competition and won the championship, but their merits are higher than Lu Kai and Qian and Yi Xingchen, perhaps because they are willing to help their fellow disciples and share their martial arts experience. Try Hiwudi's. Jun Changxiao put Hiwudi on the white paper again, and the merit value displayed was 50 points. Is it so high because you obtained the hidden cultivation technique from him so that all disciples can practice it? Another point, he is responsible for closing the door after practicing. The system added. That should be it. After a short period of thinking and reasoning, Jun Changxiao can roughly determine that the improvement of merit value lies in serving the sect and bringing benefits to fellow disciples. Leaking Guiyang is needless to say. Since becoming the second henchman, at least 70% of what he does is to serve the sect. Lu Kai and Qian and Yi Xingchen are silent people. Because they have little interaction with disciples and don't help them much, their merit points are very low. One has 10 points and the other has 6 points. I'm afraid it's because they won the championship and various competitions. Otherwise, they would be 0. Jun Changxiao said with a smile. Ding. Suddenly, the data on the drawing with Yi Xingchen's name suddenly changed from 6 points to 7 points. Increased? Jun Changxiao was stunned. In the hall, Yi Xingchen walked in. Jun Changxiao said with a smile. Xingchen, what were you busy with just now? I handed in a task. Yi Xingchen said. Jun Changxiao thought to himself, it seems that this is also one of the ways to improve merit points. The tasks of the task pavilion are getting more and more difficult now. As an inner disciple, you should do more when you have nothing to do. Yeah. Yi Xingchen said this, but thought to himself, how can this emperor waste time on tasks? If that's the case, why would he do tasks? The main reason was that Li Qingyang had a private talk with him the day before yesterday, saying, Junior brother Yi, don't practice all day long. You can go to the mission pavilion to do missions with your junior brothers, to cultivate the relationship between fellow disciples. The second senior brother not only worked hard for the sect, but also cared about the feelings between fellow disciples. If he doesn't do it, who will? After a fierce ideological struggle, Yi Xingchen decided to do the mission, and took the 5-star difficulty, and then left independently. Yes. No teammates. Reason, bring them to hold back. Complete a 5-star mission, and you will get a little merit value? Jun Chang smiled and said secretly, if we do more of this, won't it be full soon? Zuji. In order to confirm his guess, he ordered, don't practice for the next 2 days. Go to do the sect mission, and choose the 5-star one. Yes. Xiao Zuji went to the mission pavilion to receive the 5-star mission, and then returned after completing it. After handing it in, the merit value increased by 1 point. Understood. Understood. Jun Changxiao grinned, hurriedly called Li Qingyang, and ordered, don't supervise the construction site yet, hurry up and do 2 5-star tasks. Yes. The second disciple took action. However, to Jun Changxiao's disappointment, when he completed 2 5-star tasks in succession, the merit value was still 98 points and there was no increase. Why doesn't it increase? Jun Changxiao collapsed. The system said, it is possible that the sect's 5-star tasks can only be upgraded to a fixed value, or there is a quota limit. Li Qingyang has already reached the standard, so there will be no reward for doing it again. It should be. Jun Changxiao asked Li Qingyang, and learned that he had done countless 5-star tasks since the task pavilion began to issue tasks. Most of them were to follow the junior brothers who were not very high in cultivation, to help them complete them faster and safer. It was not mindless help. During the task process, it was more about imparting experience and letting them face danger on their own. Thank you for your hard work. Jun Changxiao patted Li Qingyang on the shoulder. How can I not like and love such a disciple? If Lu Qian and Yi Xingchen also selflessly dedicate themselves to the sect like Li Qingyang, and are considerate to their fellow disciples, what worries our Wongu sect? That scene will never appear. As far as the Lingan Pavilion opened after the sect construction upgrade is concerned, it is of no substantial help to Jun Changxiao himself, and it only affects the disciples. It doesn't matter, because the disciples are strong, the sect is strong. Remember it all. After the routine morning exercises, Jun Changxiao said loudly, it took 500 glances in the previous life to get a chance to pass by in this life. You can become fellow disciples, and you have looked back at least hundreds of thousands of times in the previous life, so you must cherish it, and love and help each other. Yes. The disciples shouted in unison. However, they collapsed in their hearts and thought that we did nothing in our previous life but looked back. Moreover, there are so many disciples in the sect. When everyone gathers together, they must have stood on the streets in the previous life. You look back at me, I look back at him, he looks back at you. Especially the inner disciples. Help your fellow disciples more after practicing. Jun Chang smiled. Although there are only 24 places in Lingan Pavilion, he still hopes that the disciples of the sect can help each other and truly share wealth and adversity. Yes. Li Qingyang and others shouted. Then, the style of the Wongu sect suddenly changed. Many inner disciples took the initiative to help their fellow disciples with tasks or share martial arts experience in addition to their cultivation. The whole sect exuded an atmosphere of a higher level than friendship. Spring and autumn Dafa. 1 month later, with the unremitting efforts of the disciples of Wangu sect and Peppa Pig, Tigu town was finally built. Jun Changxiao, who was standing on the wide main street, looked at the surrounding buildings and smiled. Go left, pass, and go right again. Li Qingyang stood at the gate of the town and commanded his junior brother to hang a plaque engraved with Tigu town in the central area. At this point, a town attached to the Wangu sect was officially established. After everything was completed, Li Qingyang's merit value also increased from 98 points to 100 points, which had met the conditions for entering Lingayan Pavilion. Chapter 739, Internal Affairs Manager, well deserved. On the day when Tigu town was completed, Li Qingyang's merit points also reached 100 points. Of course, all the disciples who were responsible for participating in the construction also obtained merit points. Because there were too many people, the points were not much. Swish. Jun Changxiao opened the Lingayan Pavilion. The image hanging in the second position flashed, and a confirm button appeared out of thin air. There was a line of small words below. Friendly reminder, once the target of settlement is determined, it will not be changed or replaced. Please think twice before acting. The second disciple is sincere and diligent in worrying about the sect. Why should I think twice? Jun Changxiao directly clicked on the confirmation button. Hoo-hoo. The Lingayan Pavilion suddenly shook slightly, and the words originally written on it gradually separated and gathered into a lifelike portrait of Li Qingyang. There was a table in the portrait, with a blueprint on the table, and various measuring instruments were placed messily next to it. Li Qingyang kept bending over the desk, holding a pen in one hand, and frowning slightly, as if thinking. After just one glance, Jun Changxiao understood that this was the second disciple who was working hard for the transformation of the sect. The portrait shows him working. He has worked really hard. HMM. After the portrait was completed, a few lines of text appeared below. Disciple Li Qingyang successfully entered Lingayan Pavilion and became one of the 24 heroes. He can share the system sect functions for the host. Please choose from the following: Alchemy Pavilion Operation Rights, Foundry Pavilion Operation Rights, Talisman Pavilion Operation Rights. PS. Disciples only have operation rights, and the final benefit belongs to the host. After reading it, Jun Changxiao stood there in a daze. Ha ha ha. Ha 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 ha. Suddenly, he laughed out loud. In the past, I thought that I had to refine an elixir myself, but now I can give this kind of operation rights to disciples. Then, wouldn't I have to free my hands and let myself go? System. It used to say that doing some work can make you tired to death. As a result, the disciples who entered Lingayan Pavilion can help the host share the burden. Isn't this a complete slap in the face? It's over. This guy's going to be arrogant again. No, Sect Master Jun feels like he is going to heaven now. Having disciples to share this ability is undoubtedly another big step towards being a hands-off shopkeeper. When Lingayan Pavilion gathers 24 disciples and arranges all the work, I will have time to talk about love. Thinking of the unrestrained and bohemian life in the future, Jun Changxiao leaned back in his chair, covering his face with one hand, and couldn't help laughing. The sect needs a lot of elixirs. Qingyang has a steady personality, so he will definitely be in charge. Confirmed. The right to control the elixir. Ding. Disciple Li Qingyang has obtained the right to control the elixir pavilion, and can automatically match the medicinal materials and the amount of refining. Li Qingyang, who had just returned to the room and was planning to have a good night's rest, suddenly looked sluggish, and his soul seemed to instantly merge into the void space. This is. He looked stunned. Suddenly, a large alchemy furnace appeared, exuding an ancient and desolate atmosphere. Buzz. The space shook again, and a lot of words were listed. They were written as follows: First Grade Key Gathering Pill, Middle Grade Key Gathering Pill, First Grade Body Shaping Pill, Detoxification Pill, Martial Master Pill, Martial King Pill, etc. All of them are pills made by the Sect Master. Li Qingyang was stunned. At this moment, Jun Changxiao's voice came to his ears. King Guiyang, you have devoted yourself to the sect, and I'm very pleased. Today, I will use my supreme magical power to pass on this pill-making power to you. Sect Master. Li King Guiyang's face was stunned. Jun Changxiao said, you have done the mission, and have been to the secret realm of life and death. Naturally, you know how to use it. In the future, you will be fully responsible for the refining of the sect's pill resources. Don't let me down. Although it was a bit confusing, Li King Guiyang hurriedly said, yes. This space is opened up from your sea of consciousness. Only you can come in. You only need to be responsible for refining pills on weekdays. Jun Changxiao said. Yes. Li King Guiyang said. The shock in his heart was very strong. Being able to open up an independent space in his own sea of consciousness, where only he can enter, and set up the alchemy furnace, as well as a bunch of options that seem to be used to refine elixirs, is simply too shocking. Is this the ability of the sect master? Is this the heritage of the ancient sect? Awesome. Too awesome. Li King Guiyang covered his fist and said with a firm look, the sect master has entrusted such an important matter to me. I must do it seriously and never let him down. Oh, the housekeeper deserves the title. Done. Jun Chang smiled. At this moment, the system panel stayed in the alchemy pavilion, and Li King Guiyang in soul form was standing in front of the alchemy furnace. It turned out that it was not an independent space that was opened up, but after he passively obtained the control right, he could freely enter and exit the alchemy pavilion in soul form. The system said, I have analyzed it. Li King Guiyang only obtained the refining rights and medicinal material input rights of the alchemy pavilion. The pills he refined will be automatically transported to the host's space ring. What does the medicinal material input right mean? It means that the alchemy pavilion has been bound to his space ring, and the medicinal materials contained in it can match the alchemy pavilion by itself. I see. Jun Chang smiled and understood. To put it bluntly, this alchemy pavilion control right is equivalent to turning Li King Guiyang into an alchemy boy, placing him in the alchemy pavilion, and making him responsible for refining pills with one click. That would be convenient. But, Jun Changxiao shook his head and said, it would be even better if the finished pills were delivered to his space ring, so that he wouldn't have to distribute them to the pill machine. The system said, if you leave everything to your disciples, what's the point of you being the sect leader? In the alchemy pavilion, the soul-like Li King Guiyang gradually calmed down and looked up at the various pills arranged there. The task list in the task pavilion had already been touchscreen operated, so he didn't find it rare, but clicked on the key gathering pill. Just right. Jun Changxiao's space ring had ready-made medicinal materials, and a number of refining was displayed on it. Li King Guiyang pondered for a while and roughly understood what it meant. He dragged his chin and said, there were many junior brothers in the last batch, so the most urgent task is to refine more first-grade key gathering pills. Alchemy boy, online today. Swish. After refining all the herbs that could be refined, Li King Guiyang relaxed his mind, and his soul immediately returned to his body. He exclaimed, the supreme magical power of the sect master is simply amazing. Hoo-hoo. As soon as the voice fell, a gushing momentum suddenly emerged from his body, and the spiritual energy in his danchan rolled violently again. I'm going to break through. Li King Guiyang hurriedly sat down cross-legged, and then practiced the Kinksanju. The momentum of promotion was like a flood that broke through the dam, and could not be stopped. He successfully broke through from the 4th grade Martial King to the 5th, 6th, and 7th grades in one fell swoop, until he was fixed at the 8th grade. After personally experiencing the 4 consecutive jumps in realm, Li King Guiyang was stunned and stood there. Wait. He has a stronger perception of the attributes of the world. Could it be? Li King Guiyang's eyes gradually widened, and he said in disbelief, my spiritual roots have improved again. But, at this moment, he felt a faint pain on the back of his right hand. So he looked down and saw a stream of light flickering on his skin, which gradually gathered into a word stable and gradually became transparent. Stable? Li King Guiyang was confused and asked, what does that mean? Jun Changxiao in the study was also looking at the Lingayan Pavilion panel and saw a big word stable appear on the portrait of the second disciple, as if it was covered with a big seal. Stable? Does it mean that King Guiyang has a stable character? The system said, your disciple has entered the Lingayan Pavilion, and his realm has been raised by 4 levels, and his spiritual roots have also been raised from the holy level to the divine level. Divine level? Jun Changxiao was stunned at first, and then smiled and said, he deserves it. Chapter 740. What kind of operation is this? Li Qingyang's control over the operation of the Pill Pavilion was just a benefit given by entering the Lingayan Pavilion. The real benefit was that his spiritual roots were upgraded to divine quality. This was the only divine spiritual root in the Wangu sect. Not counting He Wudi from the upper realm, he was definitely the strongest. Although Jun Changxiao was a little surprised, he quickly calmed down. In his opinion, the second disciple was rewarded and had a higher spiritual root, which was also earned through hard work and effort. In fact, for now, Jun Changxiao has really been indifferent to the spiritual root qualifications. After all, with dual core drive and sword and martial arts, normal practice may not be fast, even if you are given a super divine quality. If you want to break through higher, you can only rely on cheating the system and obtaining more experience symbols through tasks. This, Jun Changxiao said proudly, that's my way of cultivation. Can the drugstore billion work? Said the system. What does this word stable mean? Jun Changxiao began to think, is it a code name, and subsequent disciples will have it after they move in? Assuming that the idea is correct, Xiao Zuji, who focuses on tempering the body, represents defense. Yi Xingchen, who has a bad temper, represents merit. In this way, his 2 disciples are both capable of attack and defense, and are definitely 2 powerful generals in Lingayan Pavilion. Don't think about it. Don't think about it. Jun Changxiao shook his head, called Li Qingyang over, and said, Tigu town has been built. Go to Qingyang village to inform the villagers, and ask them to move on a certain day. Yes. Li Qingyang hurriedly took action. Being entrusted with alchemy made him even more excited. The next day, the villagers of Qingyang village moved into the newly built Tigu town with their luggage, and each of them was assigned a large house. Aunt Wang. Jun Changxiao personally handed over the permanent residence certificate and said with a smile, from today on, this large house is yours. Remember not to rush to sell it like Dachin when you see the house price rise slightly, otherwise you will have no place to cry. Dachin? Who is this? Aunt Wang took it and said with a smile, child, you have grown up and made a difference. I said that if Gao Sheng becomes successful in the future, he will not forget us, the elders and villagers. An elderly man smiled while leaning on a cane. The man in his 40s or 50s next to him grinned and said, when Gao Sheng was a child, he often ran to the vegetable field to poop, dug a hole to bury it, and waited for others to step on it. I could see that he would become a great man in the future. I get angry when I mention this. He stepped on it a lot back then. Ha ha ha. The villagers gathered together and laughed. Jun Changxiao has already adapted to the nickname Gao Sheng and said, without you, I would have starved to death, and would not have achieved what I have today. He learned from the original owner's memory that, because his parents died when he was young, he grew up in Qingyang village eating at other people's homes, and after traveling through time, he also relied on Aunt Wang for support, knowing to repay kindness. Therefore, Jun Changxiao treated these simple villagers as his own relatives and provided them with a better living environment without any compensation. Aunt Wang, your cooking skills are good. Why don't you open a restaurant? This town is bigger than Qingyang town, and the cost of renting a house must be very expensive. Aunt Wang has no money, no rent. I will do the decoration, and you just need to run the business. This, Aunt Wang couldn't refuse, and could only agree. Master. Just as Master Jun was communicating enthusiastically with the villagers, Li Luoqiu came over and whispered, Master Ai is here. Yeah. Jun Changxiao smiled and said, Aunt Wang, you guys chat. I have something to deal with here, so I'll leave first. Go. Aunt Wang said, it's more important to get busy with business. After watching Jun Changxiao leave, she shook her head and said, Gao Sheng is now successful in his career, and not young anymore. He still doesn't have a wife. What should I do? Hey, that guy fell down from a tree when he was a child while trying to get bird eggs. He just happened to hit a rock there. I'm worried that something might have gone wrong. Jun Changxiao, who had no cultivation yet, couldn't hear the villagers' discussions, but Liluo Qiu, who followed him, heard it. Her pretty face changed slightly, and she looked at the master with a weird look. What's wrong? No, nothing. There is a mansion in the most central area of Tigu town. There are no guns in it, and no one will parachute down, to be a box spirit. It was specially prepared by Li Qingyang for the master. Jun Changxiao walked into the hall. He first signaled Ai Shangni not to stand up, and then sat in the first seat. Although he was a little naughty at ordinary times, he looked like a clan leader when he was serious, and he also had a strong aura. Master Ai. Jun Changxiao put his 10 fingers together, put them on his thighs, and said with a smile, "Are you planning to open a branch in the town this time?" "Yes," Ai Shangni said. He had received news about the construction of the town by the Wangu sect a long time ago. This time he came in the hope of opening all the AI family's herbal medicine store, auction house and other industries in the town. The AI family has an unwritten rule that industries will not go to towns and villages. After all, the purchasing power of small places cannot be compared with that of cities. But this time they chose to extend the industry to the newly built Tigu town, believing that as the reputation of the Wangu sect becomes louder and stronger, it will definitely become prosperous. This is the vicious vision of a businessman. Jun Chang smiled and said, "Since the head of the AI family is willing to open a branch here, I naturally welcome you. However, you can only open a herbal medicine store and an auction house. Thank you." The head of the AI family leaned forward and said, "Master Jun, I have already thought about holding a monthly elixir auction here, to boost the popularity of the town." "That's good." Jun Chang smiled. Tigu town had just been built, and many stores were empty. Ai Shangni came first, so he chose 2 of the largest ones in the most central area and left happily. Not only did the villagers of Qingyang village live in Tigu town, but many parents of the disciples of the Wangu sect also came with their families, and made proper arrangements. Dad, Mom. Suzai almost stood in front of the courtyard gate with a bright smile on her face. Ziomo. The 2 elders walked out of the main hall, and looked at their son, whom they had only seen once on the image screen, and tears suddenly flowed down their cheeks. "Master Jun." The 2 of them knelt down and said, "My son has caused you trouble. You must not do that." Jun Changxiao hurried up the mountain to stop them, saying, "I want to thank you, and send my son to the Wangu sect without worry. Ziomo, it's rare to get together with your parents. I will allow you 2 days off, to spend time with them." "Yes," Suzayomo said in a hoarse voice. The town, which was originally a little deserted, became lively and humane with the arrival of the parents and relatives of the sect disciples. Jun Changxiao was lying alone on the roof of the mansion, watching the disciples and their families playing happily on the street, and his heart was suddenly filled with mixed feelings. "I'm all alone on earth and I'm also all alone in another world. Why am I so miserable?" He shook his head and said, "Or maybe the parents of this body are not ordinary people. Maybe they are not dead, and I actually have an extremely awesome identity?" The system said, "The host's idea is very dangerous. Master." At this moment, Li Qingyang transmitted the message. "The Taixan Holy Sect is here to visit." "Taixan Holy Sect?" Jun Chang smiled and said, "It seems to be a first-rate sect, right?" "Yes." The system said, "In terms of strength, it is stronger than the Dayan Holy Sect and Xiangang Holy Sect that we met in the Dragon and Tiger battle." Swish. Jun Chang smiled, stood up, snapped his fingers and said, "Little fairy, go back to the sect." "Okay, master." The humanized little fairy jumped over barefoot, then clasped her little hands on his shoulders, suddenly threw him up with force, and said, "Go." Swish. Jun Changxiao flew towards the mountain like a cannonball, and the face facing the strong wind completely collapsed. What the hell is this operation? PS. Please vote for the monthly ticket and the recommendation ticket. Chapter 741. Is it inconvenient? A young man and woman stood at the gate of the Wangu sect. The man was dressed in a green shirt, heroic and extraordinary, and the woman was dressed in a white skirt, beautiful and charming. Both of them were about 20 years old. Although they had smiles on their faces, the icy aura they exuded made people feel like plum blossoms in the snow. "You too," Li Qingyang said. "Please wait, our sect master will be here soon." The coldness they exuded did not cause him any discomfort. He was not trying to resist it deliberately, but the main reason was that the coldness exuded by the eldest sister was much stronger than his, and they had long been accustomed to it. Do you want to wait outside? The woman smiled. Although she looked very sweet, there was a hint of dissatisfaction in her tone. Li Qingyang knew that they came from one of the top sects, and they would definitely have objections to being left at the door when they came to visit, so he apologized. This is the rule of my Wangu sect, please forgive me. The sect master did not say to invite them in, so he could only stop them outside. However, in terms of dealing with people, the second disciple was still quite stable. If he was asked to drive, the steering wheel would definitely not fly. TSK. A trace of displeasure rose between the man's eyebrows, and he said, as expected of a sect that won the Dragon Tiger Championship, it really has style and airs. Li Qingyang smiled without saying anything. Why did they come to visit this first-class sect when they had no connection with it? Moreover, judging from the arrogance that the two of them inadvertently revealed, it seemed that they were not friendly. Swoosh. At this moment, Jun Changxiao flew up from the bottom of the mountain in a gorgeous manner, with a collapsed expression on his face. The man and woman looked up, their eyes full of surprise. They instantly recognized that this was the leader of the Eternal Ancient Sect who frequently appeared on the image formation, and they also judged that he did not fly up by relying on his flying ability, but was more like being thrown up. What kind of operation is this? Sect Master. Li Qingyang's face suddenly changed drastically. Swish. Swish. The little fairy flew down from the bottom of the mountain, caught up with Jun Changxiao who was rising, then clasped his shoulder, suddenly fell down, and finally stopped in front of the mountain gate with a bang. A safe landing. Very cool. Master. The little fairy smiled brightly and said, is it convenient? Jun Changxiao landed on his feet, and felt the incomparable safety and heaviness of the earth. The corners of his mouth twitched and he said, don't play next time, my heart can't take it. He found that the man and woman were looking at him, so he hurriedly straightened his collar and said seriously, what do you two have to say about your visit? Master Jun. The man bowed and said, my junior sister and I came here this time to see Lu Qian. You want to see my eldest disciple? Jun Changxiao was quite surprised. The woman smiled and said, Master Jun, I'm afraid you don't know that Lu Qian was once a fellow disciple of ours, but later made a mistake and was expelled. Li Qingyang widened his eyes. The eldest sister was actually a disciple of Taixu and Shengzang. This is big news. Really? Jun Changxiao was also quite surprised, but he was not as shocked as Li Qingyang. After all, he had guessed that there must be some unspeakable secrets behind his eldest disciple. Jun Changxiao looked at the woman and said lightly, are you happy that she was expelled? Since they were once fellow disciples, there should be some feelings. She was smiling when she said it, as if she was exposing someone's past and scars. It had nothing to do with protecting her own children. Jun Changxiao simply hated this kind of person. Master Jun. The man said, can we go in and talk? No. Jun Changxiao said, my Wangu sect does not welcome the two of you. Please go back the way you came. The arrogance shown by this guy and the woman's gloating over the eldest disciple made him very unhappy, so he ordered them to leave without hesitation. The man frowned and said, Master Jun, even if we visit other first-class sects, they will at least show enthusiasm. Now we come to visit your sect, but are not allowed to enter. Isn't it a bit impolite? Jun Changxiao waved his hand with a smile on his face and said, you too, my Wangu sect cannot accommodate two big Buddhas like you. Please leave gracefully, and be sure to pay attention to safety on the road. Very enthusiastic and polite. However, the man and woman looked unhappy. What's the matter? Jun Changxiao suddenly turned sideways and said, don't I have a right to not let you enter my territory? The man said coldly, since Master Jun doesn't welcome us, then goodbye. Jun Changxiao said, I'm sorry I won't see you off. It's not that he deliberately pretended to be cool and forced to create conflicts, but he just couldn't stand these two people. What's more, since Lu Qian was expelled from Taixu and Shengzang, they must have come here for no good reason. In order to protect the disciples, it is reasonable not to let them in. Wait a moment. At this moment, a cold voice came from the gate. Lu Qian, dressed in white as snow, walked out, with a little complexity in her clear eyes. She had already caught these two people coming to visit in the sect, but she had been pretending not to see them. Senior Sister Lu, the man said. The woman smiled and said, she has been expelled, how can she be our senior sister? Jun Changxiao frowned slightly. If he had not temporarily lost his cultivation, he would have directly used the key domain to let this woman experience what fear is. Feeling the anger rising in the master's heart, the little fairy whispered, can I take action? No. Jun Changxiao shook his head. That's right. The man smiled and said, she is now a disciple of the Wangu sect. She has no relationship with us, so how can she deserve the title of senior sister? Lu Qian said lightly, did you come to me to mock me? Of course not. The woman smiled and said, Senior Sister Fang once told us that, if we pass by the Wangu sect, we should come to see you on her behalf. Hearing the word Senior Sister Fang, Lu Qian's eyes obviously flashed a hint of coldness, but she quickly concealed it and said lightly, go back and tell her that I'm doing well, and there's no need to worry about her. The woman smiled and said, I also firmly believe that in such a place with thin spiritual energy, you must be living better than Senior Sister Fang in the Xianzi Bingxin Palace. Oh, by the way. She paused and said, Senior Sister Fang has been nominated as an elder of the Taixuan Shengzang. If she hadn't been expelled, this position should be yours. I don't want it. Lu Qian said. The woman's eyes showed a trace of disgust, and she said, it's been a few years, but it's still so cold. I wonder how the disciples of the Wangu sect can endure it. Junior sister. The man said, I've conveyed Sister Fang's words. Let's go. Master Jun. He saluted and said, goodbye, little demon fairy. Jun Chang smiled and said, see them off for me. Yes. The little demon fairy jumped over, and two streams of energy burst out from her hands, instantly binding the two disciples of the Taixuan Holy Sect, and then flew to the highest point, and threw them fiercely down the mountain. Hoo-hoo, the man and the woman fell like a cannonball, and the expressions on their faces were wonderful. Swish, swish. Just when they were about to end their intimacy with the ground, the little demon fairy had already landed first, and her two small hands gently caught them, and smiled brightly. Is it convenient for Fang? Puff. The man and woman stood there, and suddenly vomited wow, and their legs trembled uncontrollably. In the end, they couldn't stand steadily, and sat on the ground. The superiority, temperament, and pride from the big sect had long disappeared with the fall. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 742, Submitting you as a servant, joining the sect as a disciple. Senior Sister Lu, you are so amazing. Senior Sister Lu, I don't understand much about cultivation, can you teach me? Senior Sister Lu, with your growth rate, you will definitely become an elder of the sect in the future. Senior Sister Lu. On the peak of the back mountain, Lu Qian stood proudly, and the words of the fellow disciples who had always pestered her in the Taixuan Holy Sect rang in her ears. Frost gradually condensed on her icy face. The woman sent away by the little magic fairy was one of the fellow disciples who had pestered her to ask about martial arts. To be precise, one of her former admirers. However, she violated the sect's rules and was expelled. The fellow disciples who once surrounded her seemed to have suddenly changed their faces and hearts. Lu Qian exhaled lightly, waved her sleeves, and was about to leave, and then she saw Jun Changxiao sitting on the stone next to her. Crack. He took a bite of the apple and chewed it, saying, if you have any troubles, you can find someone to talk to. Maybe you will feel better. Disciple has no troubles. Lu Qian turned and left. Until she passed by Jun Changxiao, she heard him say, why were you expelled? I made a mistake. What mistake did you make? I made a mistake that I shouldn't have made. Jun Changxiao said, I once asked you about your life experience, and you answered that knowing too much about some things may not be a good thing, but a disaster. Lu Qian was silent, because she said so. Jun Changxiao took another bite of the apple and said, "It doesn't seem so scary now. Master, don't question the strength of a first-class sect just because you won the Dragon and Tiger Championship." Lu Qian said, "In terms of overall, our Wangu sect is far behind these top sects, but if we talk about disciples, we can still compare." Jun Changxiao said, "Besides, you have been expelled, and you have nothing to do with Taixu and Shengzang. Will they deliberately cause trouble for you?" Lu Qian said, "As long as someone still hates me, there will be trouble." "Does this person refer to senior sister Fang?" Jun Changxiao said. Lu Qian did not explain. Jun Changxiao said with a smile, "The two Taixu and Shengzang disciples just now were a bit annoying. I have ordered Zhao Mu and the others to follow them secretly and find an opportunity to beat them up." Knowing the character of the sect master, Lu Qian was not surprised by this kind of thing, but reminded, "It will be troublesome if the Taixu and Shengzang finds out." Jun Changxiao said, "When have I ever been afraid of trouble as your sect master? Disciple will go back first." Lu Qian was about to start to leave, but heard Jun Changxiao said again, "Don't learn from Xingqian. When you are discovered, you think about leaving the sect and escaping. If the sky falls, there is a 1.87 meter tall sect master to support it. Did the host make up the extra 7 centimeters by wearing high heels?" The system complained. "Get lost. Disciple understands." Lu Qian still left. Jun Changxiao sat for a while, threw away the apple core, and then went to Xiao Hall. Just as he walked in, before he had time to speak, Li Luoqiu said first, "I have ordered the members to collect information about the Taixu and Shengzang and the senior sister Fang mentioned by the woman as quickly as possible. Understand me?" Jun Changxiao said with a smile. Li Luoqiu said, "I also understand that the master cares about the eldest disciple much more than other disciples." "Really?" Jun Changxiao scratched his head and said, "I have always been fair and just to my disciples and will never be partial to them." Crack. The cell was opened and Jun Changxiao walked in, saying, "How are you thinking about it?" The Purple Ridge Demon King lying on the ground gritted his teeth and said, "Damn human, listen to me. The beast tribe will never." I know. Jun Changxiao stopped him and waved his hand. Yahui and Ahui came in with sumptuous food and soon filled the entire table. The Purple Ridge Demon King, who was still very weak, smelled the fragrance and immediately became energetic, then stood up with difficulty and sat down without any hesitation. During this period, although he was bombarded every day, he was fattened up by eating the food made by Liu Wanshi. Jun Changxiao poured wine for it and said, "In fact, as long as you submit to me, I will not treat you badly. At least I will provide you with food and accommodation." The Purple Ridge Demon King ignored him and ate. After he finished all the food, he drank a sip of wine and said, "Come on. Keep on torturing. Take it away." Jun Changxiao said. Boom. There was a sound of artillery fire from the back mountain. Not long after, the Purple Ridge Demon King was dragged back to the cell by his 2 feet. Jun Changxiao was not in a hurry. In his opinion, as long as this guy's stomach was caught by the food, even if the stones in the toilet were smelly and hard, he could be subdued. "Master, we are back." The next day, Su Xiaomo, Li Fei and others returned to the sect with smiles on their faces. They quietly followed the couple and waited for them to leave the southwest Yangzhou and enter a deep mountain forest, and then deliberately attracted a large number of ferocious beasts. Although the moves were a bit old-fashioned, the effect was very good. Although the 2 Taixu and Shengzang disciples were strong enough, they were surrounded by countless ferocious beasts and barely managed to break out of the siege at a great cost. This time, they accidentally passed by Wang Zhang and taunted Lu Qian on behalf of senior sister Fang or themselves. In the end, they returned to the sect with injuries all over their bodies, which was a relatively good ending. Master Li was very efficient. In just a few days, he collected the information about Taixu and Shengzang. "Master," she reported, "the senior sister Fang that the woman mentioned should be Fang Lingyu, the most outstanding of the new disciples of Taixu and Shengzang. Does she have a grudge against Lu Qian?" Jun Chang smiled. Li Luoqiu shook his head and said, "I can't find out for the time being. Xiao Tang can now obtain intelligence about the sect, but it is only one-sided. As for the things between the disciples, no one talks about it in the streets, and there is definitely no place to inquire. Pay more attention to this woman. Jun Changxiao smiled. Yes. Hoo-hoo. In the inner courtyard's wing room, a gurgling momentum of promotion increased, and nearly 100 disciples successfully broke through the Martial King realm with the help of the Martial King pill. The Wangu sect now has more and more disciples at the king level, but the emperor level still seems a bit stretched. I'm talking to the four of you. Jun Changxiao collapsed and said, can't you use a little effort to break through the emperor level quickly? Master, we have tried very hard. Jiangzi said speechlessly, but at the emperor level, without a higher understanding of martial arts, it is really difficult to break through. He and the Ning brothers had reached the peak of the martial king a long time ago, but after so much time, there has been no sign of breaking through the emperor level. Ah. Jun Changxiao sighed. Things like a major realm promotion cannot be rushed. No matter. Jun Changxiao said, go and heal your wounds first. He chose a day and entered the secret realm of time and space. But before leaving, he specifically told Suzaomo not to feed the Purple Ridge Demon King and to starve it for a few days first. Of course. The bombardment continued every day. With an extremely durable target, Xiao Zhuge's artillery proficiency increased all the way, and he could even strike accurately while moving at high speed. No matter how it was bombarded, the Purple Ridge Demon King didn't care. But what it couldn't stand was that its food was cut off. Gurgle, gurgle. In the dungeon, the Purple Ridge Demon King's stomach made a sound, and then he said weakly, so hungry. His stomach had been nourished by Liu Wanshi. After not eating for 2 days, the whole person suddenly became weaker than being bombarded. Is this food or illegal poison? On the 4th day, the aroma of food wafted him from the window. The Purple and Demon King struggled to stand up, grasping the cold iron window with his weak hands, and said, I want to eat. I want to eat. You can eat. Jun Changxiao's voice came over. Submit to me. You. The Purple and Demon King immediately understood that this guy deliberately used food to force him to surrender, so he said angrily, even if I starve to death, I will never surrender to humans. Then continue to starve. Jun Changxiao said. So, the Purple Ridge Demon King was starved for another 3 days. The most unlucky one was Xiao Daodao, because he was also starving and could only eat water during this period. Big brother, you want to torture this spirit beast? Why do you bring me with you? Crunch. The next day, the door opened and the long lost sunlight shone in. Suzaomo walked in, put a bowl of fried rice in front of the table, and waved at Xiao Daodao, saying, come and eat. Swish. Xiao Daodao, who was originally exhausted, stood up directly when he heard the word eat, and then rushed to the table in a pounce manner, without even taking chopsticks, and directly grabbed the food with his hands and started eating. The Purple Ridge Demon King also wanted to go over, but was stopped by Suzaomo, who said, no chef for you. Badgie. Xiao Daodao, who had been hungry for several days, wolfed down the bowl of fried rice, and his tears were about to flow down. Gulp. The Purple Ridge Demon King swallowed his saliva. Although he tried hard to turn his head away from watching that guy eating, his eyes honestly kept moving in the opposite direction. So cool. After finishing the fried rice, Xiao Daodao stroked his belly and lay on the wooden board, feeling that his life had reached a high point, feeling that his life had reached a peak. But, damn it. After Suzaomo left, Zilin Demon King walked to the table with difficulty. Seeing that there was not even a grain of rice in the bowl, his eyes were red with anger. Next, the disciples of the Eternal Ancient Sect would always give Xiao Daodao a bowl of fried rice as promised, but he was greedy. Bear it. This king will bear it. It's really delicious. One day, Xiao Daodao had just laid down after eating fried rice, and Zilin Demon King walked over again. Seeing that there was still a grain of rice left on the edge of the bowl, his eyes suddenly sparkled. He tried hard to pick up the bowl and leaned his head over. At this moment, a voice came from his left ear. You are Zilin Demon King. You are the king of the beast tribe. How can you bow down for a grain of rice? Listen to me. Smash the bowl. Yes. I'm the king of the beast tribe. I must persist. Just as the Purple Ridge Demon King was about to raise the bowl, a voice came from his right ear. Humans have a saying that a real man can bend and stretch. Now that I'm in a desperate situation, I can only find a way to survive, to have a chance to see the light of day again. Throw it away. Eat it. The two voices quarreled in my ears. The Purple Ridge Demon King was in a dilemma with a ferocious look on his face. Finally, he shook his head to make the two voices disappear completely, and then stretched out his tongue and used the tip of his tongue to touch the rice grains on the edge of the bowl. Stick. Take it back. Although there is only one grain of rice, but with the combination of materials, it exudes the most stimulating taste. Boom. The Purple Ridge Demon King was struck by lightning again, and his burnt hair stood up again. The soul ran and the sun set again, chasing the youth and childhood that had passed away. It's so delicious, so delicious. The Purple Ridge Demon King put down the bowl, pressed his hands on the table, and tried to support his weak body, and tears as big as beans fell one by one. Pa. A bowl of hot fried rice appeared in the field of vision. Jun Changxiao stood by and pushed it forward with his hand, saying, I have changed my mind. I don't plan to let you surrender. I only want you to join the Eternal Sect. Join the Eternal Sect? Zilin Demon King raised his head with great effort, his eyes flashing with anger, and said, what is the difference between this and surrender? There is a difference. Jun Changxiao said, if you surrender, you are a servant, and if you join the sect, you are a disciple. The beast tribe will never be a slave. Zilin Demon King said. Jun Changxiao pushed the fried rice forward again and said, I will provide food and accommodation. You are insulting a beast tribe king. Zilin Demon King said angrily. Jun Changxiao said, the fried rice is now in front of you. If you agree, eat it. If you disagree, overturn it. The decision is yours. Zilin Demon King lowered his head, looked at the bowl of hot fried rice, and made a difficult decision in his heart. Master Jun. Xiao Dao Dao said weakly, if he doesn't eat, I will. Then come and eat it. Jun Changxiao said. Xiao Dao Dao hurried over, and was about to take the bowl of fried rice with a grin. The Purple Ridge Demon King suddenly turned his head, and said with sharp eyes, get lost. Pa. He sat down, and picked up the chopsticks. He looked at Jun Changxiao and said, it's agreed that you will only be a disciple, not a slave. Food and accommodation are provided. Jun Changxiao said. The Purple Ridge Demon King could no longer restrain himself, and started eating in big mouthfuls. When the grains of fried rice rolled and chewed in his mouth, the impact of the delicious food made him feel like running to the depths of the universe to chase the dignity that was gradually disappearing. Pa. Jun Changxiao took out the entry form and wrote, the Purple Ridge Demon King obviously cannot be used as a name, so let's use Purple Ridge instead. The Purple Ridge Demon King ignored him, and continued to eat fried rice. After a while, he ate it all up and said, another bowl. Jun Changxiao put the written entry form in front of him, handed over the ink pad and said, press your handprint on your name. There is a big pot of fried rice in the kitchen. You can eat as much as you want. Hearing that there was another big pot, Zilin Demon King's eyes lit up immediately, and he pressed his handprint on the name Zilin without hesitation. Ding. Sect members. 20,001/50,000. Jun Changxiao took back the entry form and thought to himself, finally, I have taken this guy down. Xiao Mu. Hurry up and untie the anklet for your junior brother. Yes. Kakaka. The chains tied to Zilin Demon King's feet opened. It staggered out of the cell. Because it was noon, the sun was a bit scorching, and it was difficult to adapt to it, and stretched out its hands to block the sun. Damn human. This king will first play with you Zoo. Zoo. What the hell is a snake? When I recover my body and strength, I will step on you and your sect disciples and rub them hard. Pa. Suddenly, a pair of underwear flew over and hit the face of Zilin Demon King. Jun Chang smiled and said, don't always expose the toothpick outside. This is the never worn underwear sold in the supreme commodity. Not only is it triangular, it is also red, and it should be the same style as Superman. Badgie. Zilin Demon King sat in the cafeteria and ate fried rice. Because he was wearing sexy underwear, readers can remove the mosaic by themselves. 1 black and 2 black kept putting all kinds of food on the table. After finishing her work, Liu Wan she sat next to it and said with a smile, is the food cooked by senior sister delicious? The Purple and Demon King stopped and said, did you cook this food? Yes. Liu Wanshi said, since you have become a disciple of the sect, I will be responsible for your meals in the future. The Purple and Demon King stopped talking and ate all kinds of delicacies in silence. His soul kept running in the sunset, but the dignity of the King of the Beastmen was getting farther and farther away. P.S. This chapter is 2 in 1. It is the last day of February. Please vote for me. If you don't vote, it will be refreshed tomorrow. Chapter 743 The second resident of Lingayan Pavilion. The beast tribe will never be enslaved. Sorry, I'm just a disciple, not a slave. Even if I starve to death, I won't eat a bite of food. Sorry, I endured humiliation and endured hardships for the sake of the dynasty's hegemony. Just like that, the Purple Ridge Demon King, who couldn't resist the temptation of delicious food, compromised and became a disciple of the Eternal Sect. New here? I'm responsible for closing the door, and you're responsible for opening the door. In front of the gate, the Purple Ridge Demon King and He Woody stood opposite each other. Two door guards. Jun Changxiao was still a little worried, afraid that the Purple Ridge Demon King was not really surrendering and would pat his butt and leave after his injuries healed. Such a tough and able to control the beasts can't fly away. Girl. Jun Changxiao reminded, this guy is handed over to you. Make him delicious food every day so that he can't extricate himself. For now, the only way is to continue to tempt him deeply with delicious food. Yeah. Liu Wanshi nodded. In this regard, she is still very confident. That's right. Jun Changxiao returned to the main hall and murmured, the little girl cooks for the sect every day, so she should have a lot of merit points, right? He opened the system panel, clicked on Lingayan Pavilion, found Liu Wanshi's name and matched it, and the merit value presented was 100 points, and a confirmation button appeared. Sure enough, Jun Changxiao was surprised and said, the little girl has also worked hard and made great contributions. Of course. The 3 meals a day in the sect are all prepared by her. Although the girl's martial arts are not outstanding, she has also contributed a lot to the sect. One of these 24 positions must be hers. Jun Changxiao clicked on the confirmation, and then a bunch of operation rights options appeared. Liu Wanshi is very busy managing so many people to eat every day, so after some thought, she chose the last, skip button. The host still has a conscience. The system said. Jun Changxiao ignored it and thought to himself, when Zio Zuji meets the conditions, I will give him the right to operate the casting pavilion, and when Suzaomo meets the conditions, I will give him the right to operate the talisman pavilion. In order to be a cool and elegant boss in the future, he has already arranged for his disciples in advance. Just after Jun Changxiao chose to skip it, Liu Wanshi, who was preparing ingredients in the kitchen, suddenly had a gushing momentum. What's going on? The little girl felt that her hands were a little hot. So she raised her hands and saw that white smoke began to come out of her hands, as if they were about to burn. Is it going to catch fire? Liu Wanshi's eyes widened. Although she was surprised by the sudden situation, she was not panicked, because although her hands were hot, she did not feel any pain, and even felt a little comfortable. Hoo-hoo, the palms that were getting hotter and hotter suddenly appeared with hot flames. Sect Master, Sect Master. Liu Wanshi dragged her 2 palms covered in flames to the main hall and exclaimed, my hands are on fire. Huh. Jun Changxiao was surprised. He, who possessed the body of holy flame, could feel that the flame that appeared in the little girl's hand was definitely not condensed by practicing the 5-element Jian Shenju. The system said, this is the stove god fire. Stove god fire? In short, this kind of flame is very rare and is not even weaker than some divine fires, but it is not used for fighting, but for cooking. Jun Changxiao's mouth twitched and said, that's useless at all. The system said, it's useless for someone like you who can only make instant noodles, but for Liu Wanshi who is proficient in cooking, it is absolutely priceless. That's right. Wow. At this moment, Liu Wanshi screamed, Master, look, there are words on the back of my hand. Jun Changxiao hurriedly looked over and saw that the stove god fire gradually weakened, and a stove word gathered on the back of the little girl's hand, and then slowly disappeared into the invisible. Clicking on the purple smoke pavilion, he saw a picture of Liu Wanshi cooking on the paper with her name, and at the same time, covered with a big stove. Got it, got it. As long as the disciples settled in the Lingayan pavilion, they will have a word as a code name. The little girl is in charge of the canteen, so she is given the character kitchen. Wait. At this moment, Jun Changxiao was surprised to find that there was another line of small words under the portrait, which read, merit value. 500,000. How come there is a merit value? How did it increase from the upper limit of 100 to 1000? Jun Changxiao hurriedly looked at Li Qingyang's portrait and indeed found that there was a merit value below it, but it was only 50,000. The system said, it seems that the disciples who have settled in Xi'an Pavilion still have the opportunity to upgrade again. Jun Changxiao shook his head and said, Qingyang and Dudu should be able to collect 1000 points. Qian Qian and Xingchen, the two disciples, will be very lucky to collect 100 points. Sect Master. Liu Wan, she said excitedly, there is a fire in my body for no reason. Jun Changxiao said, that is the rare stove god fire, which will be of great help to your cooking. Really? Although Liu Wan she didn't know about the stove god fire, she must be very happy, since it was helpful for cooking. I'll try it. The little girl was eager to return to the kitchen, and then communicated with the fire in her body. Flames suddenly burst out from her palms, and merged into the stove. At that moment, Liu Wan she felt the temperature of the bottom of the pot and everything in the pot. I feel like a stove. Pour oil in. Wait for the pot to heat up. Liu Wan she picked up the kitchen knife with her left hand, threw the chopped green peppers, ginger slices and other condiments into it and stir-fried them. She was already very skilled, and under the perception of the stove god fire, she could accurately control the materials to release the best flavor in the oil pan. It's amazing. Liu Wan she was shocked. A little while, a plate of shredded pork with green peppers came out of the oven. She hurriedly called Jun Changxiao over and said, Master, try it. I know it's a delicacy just by smelling it. Jun Changxiao picked up the chopsticks and took a bite. He stood still, as if his soul flew to the sunset to pursue his dream. Step. The Purple Ridge Demon King stepped into the cafeteria. He sniffed the fragrant smell and almost floated over with his feet off the ground. Junior brother, try it too. Liu Wan she said with a smile. The Purple Ridge Demon King walked over, picked up the chopsticks, and took a bite. Then his purple hair stood up instantly, and his soul flew to the sunset. So, in the cafeteria, Jun Changxiao and the Purple Ridge Demon King circled around the table with charming expressions and enchanting postures, as if they were trapped in infinite fantasy. You are the wind and I'm the sand, lingering around the world. Liu Wan she, who settled in Lingayan Pavilion, was given the name Stove. Although she did not improve her elm or her spiritual roots, she got the most powerful stove fire. This kind of flame provides users with super perception during the cooking process, so that they can more perfectly control the seasoning, food, and heat. Liu Wan she was very happy, and she was full of confidence in the future god of cookery competition. Of course, the benefit is not only that the quality of the food is perfect again, it will also be more helpful for her to study the diet, to improve her strength in the future. The happiest person is a disciple of the eternal ancient sect, because every bowl of rice and every dish she eats next is a delicacy from the mountains and the sea, which makes people have endless aftertaste. In the future, as long as it is time for dinner, you can see the anxiously waiting Purple Demon King in the cafeteria. There is no doubt that this guy's stomach has completely fallen. Master Jun doesn't have to worry, as long as Liu Wan she is the head of the dining hall. The Purple Demon King is a disciple of the eternal ancient sect. Chapter 744. Side effects disappear, and the level is upgraded by 2 levels. With the help of the kitchen god fire, Liu Wan she's cooking skills have been greatly improved. The biggest beneficiaries are naturally the disciples of the eternal sect, because they have the delicious food of the human world every day, which makes their practice very enjoyable. Another example is the Purple Ridge Demon King. After being bombarded for so long, he looked a little haggard. After eating the food made by Liu Wan she for a few days, he suddenly became lively and energetic, and could even be described as reborn. Girl. One day, after the Purple Ridge Demon King opened the door, he slipped into the kitchen and said, "Can you cook a small meal for me, junior brother?" Liu Wanshi took the spoon and said, seriously, I've told you so many times, don't call me the king, call me. Okay, me. The Purple Ridge Demon King said with a trembling smile. Alas. This demon who died before he could achieve his goal has completely bowed down to Liu Wanshi's cooking skills. What do you want to eat? I'll eat whatever you cook. I'm not picky. Wait in the cafeteria. Okay. The Purple Ridge Demon King hurriedly sat upright in the cafeteria. When he thought about eating delicious food again, his mouth immediately flowed. The dishes are here. After a while, Liu Wanshi brought 2 dishes. One was stir-fried shredded potatoes and the other was stir-fried bean sprouts. The Purple Ridge Demon King collapsed and said, why are they all vegetarian? Don't eat? Liu Wanshi said, then I'll take it away. No. The Purple Ridge Demon King hurriedly stopped him, picked up the chopsticks and grinned. I'll eat. Although the fierce beast mainly eats meat, it still showed an exaggerated expression under the erosion of the food that Liu Wanshi fried, which was similar to home-cooked dishes. It's so delicious. Boom. In the training room, Zio punched the test machine and saw that the strength value was improved. He said, junior sister, eating 1 bite of your strength fried rice has the same effect as eating a bowl. Great. Liu Wanshi jumped up happily. After possessing the kitchen god fire, the little girl took the time to study meals and first improved the strength fried rice. In the past, eating a whole bowl of fried rice would improve it, but now just eating 1 bite can get the same proportion of strength blessing, which is definitely a substantial breakthrough. Not bad. Jun Changxiao said with a smile, keep working hard and create more meals to make fellow disciples stronger. Yeah. With the praise and encouragement of the sect master, Liu Wanshi began to challenge a new and unknown field. The next step is to study defense and speed fried rice. After the cooling CD of the space-time secret realm was ready, Jun Changxiao entered it again. After coming out, his cultivation was completely restored, and the whole person became sharper than before. Finally I can crush the experienced talisman. After defeating the great Yan Shengzang in the dragon and tiger contest, he obtained 2 experienced talismans, and his realm was raised to the 5th level. Now he has 4 more, and after crushing them, he successfully broke through to the 7th level. Others break through with great effort, but he broke through easily with the help of the talisman, which really makes all the martial emperors envious. What is there to envy? I got it by managing the sect. Boom. In the training room, Jun Changxiao gathered his strength and hit the test machine directly, and the result was a bunch of garbled codes. So he said in astonishment, will it be broken by my punch? The system said, the power evaluation of the test machine has an upper limit, and it will not be accurately displayed if it exceeds the upper limit. I see. What's more, with the host's current level fighting against the strong, unless you have overwhelming strength, it is difficult to determine the outcome through pure power values. That's right. After Jun Changxiao broke through the emperor level, his use of the attributes of heaven and earth and the air domain was not something that could be measured by numbers at all, and the higher the level, the more attention was paid to momentum and moves in combat. For example, the palm print that bombarded Yi Xingchen cannot be measured by strength. The pressure and deep level attributes of heaven and earth contained in it have long been terrifying to the sky. Get a few more contribution points, break through the peak emperor level, start the epic task, and enter the saint level in one fell swoop after completing it. Jun Chang laughed. The system reminded, the host's current understanding of swordsmanship is limited to the emperor level. There is no higher level. Breaking through the saint level is undoubtedly a fantasy. It's okay, you can refresh. Since the mall has primary and medium grade swordsmanship qualification liquids, there must be top grade, high grade, and divine grade ones. Just refresh them and drink them. Good luck to you. The system said. In the past 2 months, Tigu Town has developed very quickly. Not only does it have a large number of permanent residents, but various stores have also opened one after another, with everything from food, drink, clothing, play, and use. This player refers to playing. Please don't think too much. Aunt Wan transformed herself into the shopkeeper of Yun Lane. Other villagers in Qingyang village also started to set up businesses, such as meat shops and steamed bun shops. Help in emergencies, not in poverty. Jun Changxiao gave them permanent residence and a big house, and whether they can live in the town in the future depends on themselves. The last batch of recruited disciples who passed the assessment, but were not accepted by the sect also gathered here one after another, waiting to become disciples of the Wangu sect. AI's herbal medicine store and auction house branch opened. The first auction attracted a large number of foreign warriors. Aunt Wang's inn was crowded with guests, and if they couldn't help, the Wangu sect disciples would come to help with chores. Of course, it was also for the sect's mission. The whole Tegu town became lively as more and more guests came in and out. Occasionally, when they saw the Wangu sect disciples wearing bright school uniforms, respect and envy would always appear in their eyes. Jun Changxiao, lying on the roof of the mansion, bitter dogtail grass in his mouth, looked at the warriors coming and going on the street, and smiled. I didn't expect that building a town would be as fulfilling as developing a sect. Sect Master Li Luoqiu transmitted his voice. Sect Master Tang is visiting. This Tegu town, located at the foot of the Wanguzhang mountain, has great development prospects. The AI family's auction house is set up in the town, and the auctions at the beginning of each month are also held there. In the long run, it will definitely attract many warriors. No, we have to find a way to get a storefront there and extend the family industry there. The Southwest Yangzhou families with business acumen all estimated that Tegu town would have unlimited potential in the future, so they all asked for connections to purchase an acre and 3 mu of land. Unfortunately, Jun Changxiao was very strict in screening. Only relatives of disciples and some business families in Qingyang County were allowed to settle in, and outsiders had almost no hope of entering. The more so, the more it made many families feel itchy. Gradually, it became a trend that being able to open an industry in Tegu town was an extremely glorious thing. A few days later, a shocking news spread across the continent. The second son of the Tang family and as an imperial city officially announced that Tang's Dan pharmacy would open in Tegu town on a certain day. The wealthy Tang family actually opened a medicine store in Tegu town. Tang's medicine store has been very popular recently. Many large cities in many states and counties have not opened branches, but a small town has one first. This is really unexpected. Not long after, another piece of news spread that the Tang family only opened a branch of Tang's medicine store in Tegu town. The smart business family immediately realized that the second son of the Tang family must have discussed with the Wangu sect, otherwise they would never open only one branch in Southwest Yangzhou. The medicine sold by Tang's medicine store has long been famous in the 9 states. Only Tegu town in Southwest Yangzhou has a branch, which will definitely attract more warriors to buy, thereby driving all walks of life in the town. Tegu town is going to explode. After the second son of the Tang family announced it to the public, the big forces and big families in Southwest Yangzhou who had long wanted to buy medicine came one after another, and even the warriors from the nearby Nanhuangzhou and Xianzhou came. A town that was built not long ago is crowded with people, and its bustle and prosperity are no less than that of the historic Qingyang city. Chapter 745. Xia Longlong's background. Tang's Dan medicine store is located in the newly built Tegu town, which has a huge influence. In terms of distance, Tegu town is obviously more convenient than Zhangzhou. Since the martial arts practitioners of the surrounding states and counties have a demand, they will definitely not go far away. Tegu town, where a large family industry has settled, immediately attracted martial artists from all over the world. As long as they come in, they must consume. Not to mention buying supplies, they must have food and accommodation at the most basic level. Therefore, Aunt Wang's Yun Lane is full every day, and the business is very good. The town is only in the development stage. It will first focus on attracting traffic by building a reputation. When it forms a scale in the future, Jun Changxiao will definitely find a way to profit from it. Master Jun. Tang Ren sat in the hall of the mansion and smiled. The Dan medicine store set up here is only a name for my Tang family, and all the profits will belong to your clan. In order to make friends with Jun Changxiao at a deeper level, he didn't care about the profit. After all, other states can continue to develop. Moreover, as the Dan medicine business became more and more popular, the old man often talked to him and occasionally discussed the business and the family's future industrial planning. Tang Ren knew that he was recognized. Although he would be called over occasionally in the past, it would not be so frequent. Coming to Yangzhou in the southwest to visit the Wangdu sect was the right move. It was too right. Cousin, uncle, thank you for your kindness in giving me this remote sect. Otherwise how could I gradually get the recognition of the old man? Jun Changxiao bowed and said, I will obey your order. Hey, this guy's not modest. Tang Ren said, Master Jun, I also run other industries. I wonder if I can set up a branch in Tigu Town. He could see that Jun Changxiao wanted to vigorously develop Tigu Town. With the AI family auction house and the elixir store, the development prospects are very good and there is also investment value. No problem. Jun Changxiao said. Since we want to create a martial arts holy land for the world to worship, Tigu Town must have complete facilities. The settlement of the Tang family's major industries will undoubtedly attract more people's attention. In a few days, Tang Ren's main business set up a branch in Tigu Town. There are weapon shops and armor shops, and the highlight is naturally the Spirit Stone shop. A newly built town, which has not even been fully populated, has all the facilities already complete. It's really amazing. TSK. Many warriors who entered the town, walking on the main street with all kinds of martial arts shops, all exclaimed, the cities and the prefectures and counties are probably just like this. Sect Master Li Qingyang said, the town is built a little small, but it can be expanded at any time. No hurry. Jun Chang smiled and said, take it one step at a time. His main concern now is still on the development of the sect. Once the town is built, it will develop naturally. Go call Zilin. Jun Chang smiled. Yes. Li Qingyang withdrew. Not long after he left, the Zilin Demon King walked in, biting a toothpick in his mouth, and looked quite comfortable. Jun Changxiao saw that he was wearing only red underwear and asked, where's the school uniform? It's uncomfortable to wear. Zilin Demon King said, take it off. Jun Changxiao collapsed and said, are you an exhibitionist? If you have something to say, just say it. If not, I'll go to stand guard. Zilin Demon King said. Knowing that this guy's a spirit beast and a little unruly, Jun Changxiao didn't care, but asked seriously, what kind of eggs are you talking about? Zilin Demon King, who was originally quite arrogant, almost had the urge to squat in the corner and cry when he heard the word egg. Damn it. If it weren't for this egg, would I have ended up like this? But then again, it doesn't seem to be a loss to eat the meals made by the little girl every day. The king is no longer the king he used to be. He forgot his imperial ambitions in just a few days. The eggs I'm talking about are the eggs guarded by the fire dragon beast. Zilin Demon King said. It's really related to the little dragon. Jun Changxiao asked curiously, did you lay that egg? The expression on Zilin Demon King's face suddenly froze, and then he couldn't control his emotions and roared, I'm a male, how could I lay an egg? Who laid it? Jun Changxiao asked. Zilin Demon King calmed down and said unhappily, I picked up this egg. Where did you pick it up? The upper realm. The upper realm? Jun Changxiao's eyes were filled with astonishment, and he said, come on, tell me the whole story. If you hide anything, you will not be allowed to eat in the cafeteria in the future. Zilin Demon King said angrily, you threatened me. Yes. The Purple Ridge Demon King clenched his fists. He thought about how he would live in the future if he really couldn't eat Liu Wanxi's food. He sighed and said, this is what happened. The Purple Ridge Demon King is not a native of Xinjiang continent. He comes from the upper realm. Unlike Yiwudi, he was forced to come down because he couldn't get the secret book, but he did something wrong up there. He didn't know who told him that eating dragon eggs could improve his skills by thousands of years, so he sneaked into the dragon clan's territory to steal eggs. He stole the eggs, but was also discovered. The Purple Ridge Demon King was absolutely invincible in the lower realm at that time, but he would definitely not be able to defeat the dragon clan strongman, so he could only turn on the desperate mode. On the way, the stolen eggs could not be cracked, no matter how they were boiled, stewed, or even smashed. Not only did his strength not improve at all, but he was also hunted down by the dragon clan strongmen all over the world. This is undoubtedly a tragedy. In desperation, he could only tear the space apart forcibly and escape to the Xinjiang continent, but he was inevitably bound by the heaven and earth during the shuttle, and his realm was suppressed. So, Jun Changxiao's eyes lit up and said, "What you stole was a dragon egg. More than a dragon egg." Zilin Demon King said seriously. "Later, when I was on the run, I heard that it was a 5-clawed dragon egg that was rare in the dragon clan once every 100,000 years. Once it was hatched, it would be the emperor of the dragon clan, after practicing for tens of thousands of years." Jun Changxiao's eyes widened when he heard it. He had previously had infinite fantasies that the parents of the original owner of this body might be powerful, and he himself was hiding a great identity, but he didn't expect that the little dragon was hiding a secret. No wonder the little guy can condense the form of a 5-clawed dragon. It turns out that it is not an illusion, but the real body. Jun Changxiao understood. Dragons are definitely the best creatures. The 5-clawed dragon is even more of a symbol of imperial power. It turned out to be his contracted beast. Don't be too cool. You stole a future dragon king, and you deserve it for people to chase you all over the world. Jun Changxiao said with a smile. When it comes to this, Zilin Demon King has the urge to cry. I just want to improve my strength and lead my men to create a new world, but I stole something else. But I stole a 5-clawed dragon egg. After making such a big mess, I can't stay in the upper realm anymore. So I can only come to the lower realm to avoid the limelight. What a pity. After he healed his wounds in Xinjiang continent, he gathered the local beasts and prepared to do something big, but he was suppressed by the martial saint before he took any action. Then what? Jun Chang laughed. Zilin Demon King continued to talk. In fact, there was nothing much behind it. It was nothing more than bringing the egg down, trying every means to smash it open, and fantasizing about eating it to improve his skills, but he failed repeatedly. Before he was sealed, he came up with a bad idea and used a fire dragon beast to hatch it. Jun Changxiao collapsed and said, "Come on. Although both of them have the word dragon, they are not the same species at all. I'm out of ideas." Zilin Demon King said madly. In those years, no one could understand the embarrassment of being hunted down by so many powerful dragons because of the egg, and no one could understand the pain of looking at an egg and being unable to quench thirst. And this is its lost youth. Jun Changxiao took a sip of tea and said with a smile, "Thanks to your idea, I accidentally got the 5-clawed dragon egg and have such a great contract beast." Zilin Yao was surprised and said, "The egg is hatched?" Chapter 746, Purple Demon King vs Little Dragon. Standing in the study of the clan leader, looking at the little dragon that looked like a snake and a lizard, the corner of Zilin Demon King's mouth twitched and said, "Is this hatched from a 5-clawed dragon egg?" "Yes." Jun Changxiao nodded. Zilin Demon King spread his legs, pointed at the little dragon. His expression collapsed, and roared, "Who are you kidding? It's obviously a lizard." Okay. He must have seen the true form of a dragon in the upper realm. It is impossible for a 5-clawed dragon egg to hatch such a thing, unless it was not a dragon egg that was stolen, but a Sangha egg. It was hatched from the egg you stole. There is no doubt about that. Jun Changxiao said. If he hadn't seen the little dragon transform into a 5-clawed form before, he might have questioned whether that guy stole the wrong egg. Maybe. Jun Changxiao paused and said, "Something went wrong during the hatching process." Zilin Demon King said, "What went wrong?" Jun Changxiao didn't explain to it, but in his heart, he guessed that Xia Langlang's body now did not look like a dragon. It was probably because he used an incubator to hatch and force mutation. If this was the case, Xia Langlang's true identity should be a mutated 5-clawed dragon. Originally the most noble species of the dragon clan, it would be terrible if it mutated again. As the master, didn't he also follow one person to achieve enlightenment, and his family and dogs ascended to heaven? The system said, "This description is very beautiful." Impossible. Impossible. Zilin Demon King firmly said, "This is definitely not an egg I stole. You must be lying to me." The stolen egg in the upper realm was imagined to improve his power by eating it. He would never accept it to be hatched, and he would never accept such a thing to be hatched. If it was a 5-clawed dragon, it would be hunted by the dragon clan for a long time, and forced to go to the lower realm. But it would be so low for a Sangha egg. This blow is simply unbearable. "Master," Xia Langlang said lazily, "who is this guy without clothes?" Because he didn't understand the reason for the matter, Jun Changxiao didn't let it meet the Zilin Demon King. Same kind. Same kind? Xiao Lang narrowed his eyes and said, I saw contempt in its eyes. Of course. If it was a 5-clawed dragon, the Purple Ridge Demon King might still be a little afraid, but how could a small lizard take it seriously? Little guy. It said proudly, you should call me king. King? Xiao Lang's eyes had narrowed into a line, and his skin became redder than before. What? The Purple Ridge Demon King straightened up and said proudly, you still don't accept it? Master. Xiao Lang said, can I coil him? Roll me. The Purple Ridge Demon King smiled. Even if this guy is a 5-clawed dragon, he is only in his infancy. Not to mention himself in his peak state, he can now press one hand on the ground and rub it hard. Jun Chang smiled and said, I, the contracted beast, want to fight with you. Zilin Demon King said indifferently, to be frank, only Xiao Zhuge's weapon in the sect can hurt me. Who else is qualified to fight with me? Boom. Before he finished speaking, his face suddenly tilted, and his body flew out of the window like a cannonball. Ka. His face slid more than 10 feet away along the stone slab of the martial arts arena. Jun Chang smiled and retracted his fist, saying, I can do it. Zilin Demon King stood up from the martial arts arena, covering his hot face with disbelief. This human obviously has no martial arts aura. How can he suddenly become so strong? And judging from the power of the punch just now, he is probably not inferior to the peak martial arts emperor of humans. During this period, his state has recovered to the point where he came to cause trouble. Coincidentally, Sect Master Jun also recovered, and he also upgraded 2 grades by the way, so he can still abuse this guy. Let's go to the outer courtyard martial arts arena. Jun Changxiao walked out and said, you two can have a fight. Zilin Demon King shook his head and said indignantly, does this king look so weak that anyone dares to bully him? While thinking, he had already walked towards the outer courtyard. Looking at the little lizard following behind Jun Changxiao, the disdain in his eyes became stronger and stronger. No. This king must burst out his strength in this sect and let them know how terrible he is. As the king of the beast tribe, even if he has sunk into delicious food, since he is here, he must establish his prestige. Foolish human. You can only look up to my strength. Who? The moment he walked out of the outer courtyard, the Purple Demon King suddenly burst out with invisible momentum, which came from the dignity of a beast tribe king that cannot be trampled. Master. Xiao Lang looked back and said in a voice transmission, this guy is a bit arrogant. Jun Chang smiled and said, I will teach him a lesson later. Although Zilin Demon King has become a disciple, he has not yet identified with himself and the sect. It is necessary to give him a lesson to enhance the relationship. Trample. The Purple Ridge Demon King, who was naked and only wearing a pair of red underwear, stood in the outer courtyard martial arts arena, with the arrogance of a king between his eyebrows. Xiao Lang also came up. Suzaomo, who was passing by, saw this and hurriedly surrounded him and said, Master, are they going to fight? Jun Chang smiled. Suzaomo's eyes lit up immediately, and then she started the group voice transmission technique. In a moment, a large number of disciples gathered outside the martial arts arena and whispered. Seeing so many people watching the fight, the Purple Ridge Demon King's face became more arrogant, and he thought to himself, it's time to establish his authority. Xiao Lang, be gentle. Suzaomo said. Yes. Li Fei said, after all, he has just entered the sect, and there are so many fellow disciples watching. Don't do it too ugly and embarrass him. When the Purple Ridge Demon King heard this, his eyes were filled with anger. At this moment, the blazing flames rose and instantly spread over a large area. Then, a little dragon with a human head and a beast body came out in the flames. Since the master said he wanted to teach this guy a lesson, he must activate his strongest form. Seeing that the little dragon had become neither human nor beast, the Purple Ridge Demon King twitched his mouth and said, this is definitely not a 5-clawed dragon. Swish. Flames suddenly filled his eyes, and the transformed little lizard had appeared in front of him. This speed. Boom. The blazing flames suddenly erupted as the martial arts field shook violently, and the temperature around them also rose suddenly. Boom. 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 Under the flames, Suzutomo and others clearly heard the sound of fists and the traces of stone slabs cracking and spreading outwards. Swish. At this moment, the Purple Ridge Demon King flew out of the flames like a cannonball and flew into the sky. The disciples of the Eternal Ancient Sect instantly determined that this guy did not fly up by himself, but was bombed up. Bang! Xiaolonglong rushed up from the flames, dragging the flames with his feet, like a rocket launcher. Swish! In the blink of an eye, it caught up with the rising Purple Ridge Demon King, put its hands together, and blasted at him, and saw the opponent falling at a high speed like a cannonball. Seeing this scene, Suzutomo and others all twitched at the corners of their mouths, and a trace of pity appeared in their eyes. This newcomer is too pitiful. Boom. The Purple Ridge Demon King slammed into the martial arts field, and the ground sank instantly, and the whole person was in the shape of a swish. Xiaolonglong was suspended in the air, turned sideways and raised his hands, and a stream of bursting flames rolled around his body. Bang, bang. In an instant, shells rained down like rain. The entire martial arts field was destroyed and shattered under the erosion of that violent and powerful force, and the space was gradually distorted under the hot tearing. Jun Changxiao murmured, although the little guy didn't hibernate, he seems to be stronger than before. 1, 2. Li Qingyang, who was standing next to him, silently counted the stone slabs destroyed by Xiaolonglong, and secretly thought it will cost a lot of money to repair the martial arts field. Chapter 747, Undercover Road. Trample. Xiaolonglong in the second form walked out of the martial arts arena, dragging the foot of the Purple Ridge Demon King in his hand. The latter was now charred by the flames. His eyes rolled up, and white foam kept coming out of his mouth. The disciples of the Eternal Ancient Sect standing around saw that junior brother Zilin was being abused so miserably, and they all cast distressed eyes. Ah. Suzutomo shook her head. He had already thought of the ending, but he didn't expect it to be so miserable. Plop. Xiaolonglong threw the Purple Ridge Demon King to the ground and said lightly, "Who is the king?" The Purple Ridge Demon King felt a burning pain all over his body, and he could no longer speak, but his eyes flashed with anger and more of a collapse. Being knocked away by Jun Changxiao's punch was enough to hurt his self-esteem, and he was beaten to a pulp by Xiaolonglong. He didn't establish his prestige, and today he was completely defeated. How can he survive in the sect in the future? It's okay, it's okay. This king deliberately gave in. This king deliberately created an illusion. Thinking of this, the Purple Ridge Demon King felt much more comfortable. The more times it failed, the more it developed a heart with strong endurance. Of course, Xiaolonglong's toughness also forced Zilin Demon King to think seriously. Could it be that this was really a 5-clawed dragon? No, even if it was a dragon, it couldn't master the fire system. Could it be that something went wrong during the hatching process, as the sect master said? After being knocked away by Jun Changxiao's punch and beaten up by Xiaolonglong, Zilin Demon King's arrogance was immediately restrained. Every day, he was responsible for opening the door and going to the cafeteria to eat on time. The disciples of Wangu sect also entered the training mode, quietly waiting for the CD of the secret realm of life and death to cool down. Jun Changxiao has been thinking, if Xiaolonglong is the future emperor of the Dragon Clan, will the Dragon Clan come to the door one day? That guy stole the eggs a long time ago, and he would have found it long ago. The system said. Jun Changxiao said with a smile, that's right. However, the system said, host, you'd better be careful. If they really come and see Xiaolonglong's current appearance, they might tear you into pieces. Jun Changxiao's mouth twitched slightly. He still had the confidence to compete with the warriors of the Xingqiu continent, but he would definitely be afraid to face the warriors of the upper realm. Xingqiu's enemies are in the upper realm, and now Xiaolonglong is also related to the dragon clan of the upper realm. My sect hasn't dominated the Xingqiu continent yet, so why have we encountered so many difficult things? Jun Changxiao gradually calmed down and focused on developing the sect, because no matter what kind of storms and rainstorms he faced in the future, he and his disciples must face them with iron bones. Lu Kai and Qian was also practicing, but when the two disciples of Taixu and Shengzang appeared, he would often stand alone on the mountain peak, showing that he was worried. In the study, Jun Changxiao looked through the window at the figure in the distance and murmured, "Is this still my eldest disciple who is indifferent to everything? Master." The next day, Li Luoqiu sent a report. Zuo Cheoquan of Zhejiang County has started a war again. "This guy's really busy," Jun Changxiao said. Li Luoqiu reported other information one after another, but there was very little information about Fang Lingaiu, not to mention any conflicts between her and Lu Qian. "The intelligence collection in this regard is a bit poor," Jun Changxiao said. Li Luoqiu said helplessly, "Fang Lingaiu has been living in Taixu Unholy Sect. Our spies can't infiltrate at all. Unless there is an undercover, it is difficult to find out." "Undercover?" Jun Changxiao touched his chin and said, "This is a good idea. As the prestige of the sect increases, many forces with ulterior motives will send undercovers. Fortunately, there are system restrictions that prevent them from doing so. Since they like to play the game of infernal affairs, I can't fall behind them. I might as well find some disciples with good qualifications and strength to infiltrate other sects as spies." Li Luoqiu said, "Taixu and Shenzhen is the top first-class sect. It would be difficult to send an undercover agent to infiltrate." "Difficult?" Jun Changxiao raised a smile and said, "Do you think that, if I pretend to be a registrant, this sect will refuse to accept me?" "No." Li Luoqiu recognized the strength and qualifications of the sect master. If he did not become the leader of a sect and became a disciple in a sect, it would definitely make all the top sects fight for him. Li Luoqiu was surprised and said, "The sect master plans to go to Taixu and Shenzhen as an undercover agent in person to find out about Lu Qian." "Just talking." Jun Chang smiled. Although going to Taixu and Shenzhen as an undercover agent as a registrant seems to be a good opportunity to get a lot of words, he has no time to do it. If he doesn't go, let others do it. "Xiaomo." Jun Changxiao called Su Xiaomo over and said, "Can you stand it if senior sister is bullied by others? This is a bit wrong." After thinking about it, Su Xiaomo still said seriously, "Master, let alone senior sister, any fellow disciple being bullied, I can't stand it." Jun Changxiao patted him on the shoulder and said, "So I will give you a glorious and arduous task now." "Glorious and arduous?" Su Xiaomo straightened up quickly and said, "Please let me know, Master." Jun Changxiao said, "I just got the news that Taixu Unholy Sect is about to open the mountain gate to recruit disciples. You run fast and are smart. You can pretend to be a registrant to sneak in and get important information for the sect." "Ah." Su Xiaomo was dumbfounded. The master wants her to be an undercover. "Do you have the confidence to complete it?" "Yes." Get ready, and set off immediately." "Yes." That day, Su Xiaomo left the Eternal Sect with the farewell of all the disciples. After leaving the southwest Yangzhou, he took out a thin mask and put it on his face, and the whole person suddenly turned into a slightly pale teenager. "This is a magic mask." Jun Changxiao was forced to buy the product in the refresh mall. It can not only be used for beauty, but also has the function of disguise. And it has been tested. The elder of the extreme cold palace could not use his spiritual thoughts to spy on the true face. It is indeed a must-have for traveling as a monk and killing people. "Master," Su Xiaomo said with a firm look, "disciple will not let you down." Under the setting sun, the elongated back is walking step by step on the road of undercover. "Master." Standing at the gate of the mountain, Li Qingyang couldn't help but worry. Will junior brother Su be in danger on this trip? Jun Changxiao said, "This kid is very cunning. He won't be in danger. Many disciples in the Wangu sect meet the requirements to enter the first-class sect, such as Xiao Zuji, Long Xiang and others, but if it comes to being an undercover, Su Xiaomo is definitely the most suitable." Of course. Before leaving, Jun Changxiao specifically told him that he only needed to sneak in and find out about Lu Qian and Fang Lingaiu. There was no need to be an undercover for several years and then stand on the rooftop and say, "I want to be a good person." Tigu Town. On the crowded main street, a young man in a cassock walked among them, and passers-by were surprised when they saw him. "Is he a Buddhist cultivator?" TSK, this is really rare. Shouldn't Buddhist cultivators shave their heads? Why does he still have hair? Everyone whispered. The monk stopped and turned to the passers-by and said, "I'm practicing with my hair. I'm practicing with my hair. I'm practicing with my hair. Aha. The cat-like pet lying on his shoulder yawned and said lazily, where is this place? Qingyang County, Tigu Town. Did you escape from Huaiyang County so quickly? The monk's mouth twitched slightly. There is no doubt that this guy's the monk Dunan who appeared in Nanhuangsao. After he brought the psychic cat into Huaiyang County, he would convert any evil cultivator he saw. As a result, he did not convert anyone, but instead aroused public anger and was hunted down. In the end, he could only flee all the way to the nearby Qingyang County. Chapter 748, Subduing Demons and Monsters is imminent. Dunan, a cultivator with hair, appeared in Tigu Town and immediately attracted the attention of passers-by. The main reason was that Buddhist cultivators were almost extinct after the war between good and evil. It was a bit rare to see them here now. The ordinary residents in the town looked at Dunan with respect. Although Buddhist cultivators are rare, they are used in funerals and weddings, so they are highly respected by the world. Dunan was able to walk all the way without going hungry because he recited scriptures and chanted Buddha for others when he had nothing to do. Occasionally, he would open a forum and perform a guest role as an exorcist monk. The biggest advantage of Buddhist cultivators in Xinjiang continent is that, even if they don't practice martial arts, they won't go hungry when traveling around the world. Did you notice it? Dunan ignored everyone's attention, closed his eyes gently, and used his heart to feel the atmosphere in the town, saying, the evil spirit here is strong, and there must be a vile doers causing trouble in the world. The psychic cat yawned again. He always said this every time he entered a town. The final outcome was either offending someone, or being hunted down, and living a life of exile every day. The old monk gave you the wrong name. The psychic cat complained. It shouldn't be called Dunan, it should be called Taonan. Gurgle. There was a sound from his stomach, and he said, I'm hungry, let's find something to eat. Dunan looked at the young lion in front of him and said, let's go to this inn to get some alms. Aunt Wang. A crisp voice came from the inn, saying, I'll come to help tomorrow. Yayo girl, you've worked hard. Yayo Mengying smiled and walked out the door. But just as she walked out, someone happened to come in from outside, and the two of them either leaned to the left or the right together. Amitabha. Dunan took a step back, made way, and said with clasped hands, female donor, you go first. When Yao Mengying saw that he was wearing a cassock and exuding a faint sandalwood scent, a trace of disgust suddenly appeared between her brows. As she walked past, she muttered softly, dead bald donkey. Wait a minute. Dunan turned around, clasped hands, and said, female donor, please look carefully. I'm not a bald donkey because I have hair. So what? Yao Mengying turned around and rolled her eyes at him and said, in my opinion, anyone who wears a cassock is a dead bald donkey, even if he has waist-length hair. Female donor, you are prejudiced against us Buddhists. Dunan made a gesture to invite him in and said, why don't you come in and sit down? I will explain it to you. I'm not interested in talking to a dead bald donkey. Yao Mengying shook her head and left, and on the way she added, dead bald donkey, dead bald donkey, dead bald donkey. Dunan's mouth twitched slightly. Master. Aunt Wan came over with a smile to smooth things over, saying, the girl is young and naive, don't argue with her. Amitabha. Dunan folded his hands and said, children's words are innocent, I won't take it to heart. As he spoke, he looked at the little girl who gradually disappeared from his sight, thinking, I always feel something is wrong. He couldn't tell what was wrong. The psychic cat said, this little girl is so cute, I really want her to pick me up and hold me high. Eternal Sect. Yao Mengying walked into the cafeteria, found a place to sit down, rested her chin on the table, her eyes full of dissatisfaction. Liu Wanshi, who was busy cooking in the kitchen, called her twice. Seeing no response, she walked over and said, junior sister, why do you look so unhappy? Junior sister. Yao Mengying said a little irritably, I just met a monk at the bottom of the town. Liu Wanshi said, did he bully you? No. Yao Mengying said, I don't know why, but I get irritated when I see him, and I have the urge to beat him up. Liu Wanshi smiled and said, is it because you are too tired to help at the inn, and you are in a bad mood, and don't like anyone? Maybe. Yeo Mengying tried to calm her restless mood and smiled. Junior sister, let me help you wash the vegetables. That night, Dunan sat cross-legged on the roof of the Yunlayan. The rosary in his hand fluctuated, and wisps of golden light spread and enveloped the entire town. Found it. He suddenly opened his eyes, his gaze locked on Tegu Mountain, and said solemnly, there are evil cultivators inside. The psychic cat said, this seems to be a sect. Why don't we ask about it tomorrow? No need. Dunan grabbed it, jumped up, and walked towards the mountain, saying, it's urgent to subdue the demons. Feeling the howling wind, the psychic cat howled in his heart. The escape journey is about to begin again. Swish, swish. Dunan's body skills are not bad. He jumped up from the side mountain in a few jumps, and landed lightly on the martial arts field in the outer courtyard. He did not pass through the mountain gate, fearing that he would be discovered by others. Why does it feel like being a thief? The psychic cat said in a low voice. Shh. Dunan kept silent. He came here this time not to harm other people living inside, but only to save the evil cultivators he found. So, who did Dunan find? No one else. It was Mo Shang, who was half evil cultivator and half demon cultivator. In fact, the strongest evil cultivator in the eternal ancient sect must be the 5 absolute evil saints, but he hid well, and it would be difficult for Buddhist cultivators of a lower level to find him. Swish. Dunan used his body skills to move towards the inner courtyard of the eternal ancient sect. He was extremely cautious along the way, and even when his feet landed, there was no energy fluctuation. However, when he just approached the wing, where Mo Shang was, before he got close to the window, a cold object directly hit his forehead. Zio Zuji walked out of the dark, holding an AWM sniper rifle in one hand, and shook his head and said, it's not good to sneak around other people's sects at night. This donor. Although Dunan didn't know what an AWM sniper rifle was, he also smelled danger. He instinctively stepped back step by step, almost raising his hands and said, I have no ill intentions. No ill intentions? A voice came from behind. Are you kidding me? Dunan rolled his eyes with difficulty, and found tragically that there were many people standing in the inner courtyard. They were either leaning against the door of the wing room, or holding their hands with smiles on their faces. That's not right. Ye Wei Du Jiang's body movement has been cultivated to the extreme. Flying over so silently, he shouldn't be discovered. Dunan didn't realize that when he flew from the into Tegu Mountain, many disciples of the Wangu sect had already caught him instantly. He lurked in the wing room of the inner courtyard with a good self-esteem. In fact, everyone was releasing their spiritual thoughts and watching his performance quietly. Sorry, Dunan said. Excuse me. Swish. Dunan used the Yewei Dujiang body movement. As soon as he turned around, Li Fei's right foot swept over. Bang! Dunan was completely unable to withstand such a strong force. He flew backwards like a cannonball, and finally rubbed his head against the stone slab, and slid several feet away. His hair was almost rubbed off. The psychic cat fell down, and saw him rolling his eyelids, and twitching at the corners of his mouth. He collapsed and said, I told you, that it's a miracle, that you can survive until now. Suddenly, he felt himself floating up. He turned around, and saw a little girl holding him up, blinking and saying, what a cute little cat. Hehe. Little girl, you are so cute too. But, boom, the psychic cat was ruthlessly pressed to the ground, and in close contact with the stone slab. The little fairy raised her hand, picked it up again, and then continued to slam it to the ground, saying coldly, you sneaked into the master sect without permission. No matter how cute you are, you will be punished. The dream during the day came true. The little lolly picked it up, lifted it high, and then threw it hard. Zio Zuji and others twitched their mouths. Just now he was doting on his face, and then he ran away. The personality of the master's contracted beast is completely unpredictable. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 749. Is your clan leader very powerful? Crack. Plop. Plop. The cell opened, and Dunan and the psychic cat were thrown in. The former had a bald spot on one side of his head, which was obviously rubbed off by the stone slab, and the latter had a swollen face, which was obviously beaten by the little magic fairy. Xiao Daodao, who had just fallen asleep, heard the noise and stood up quickly, then subconsciously huddled in the corner, muttering to himself, "It won't be another spirit beast." Dunan tried to get up, sat down cross-legged, and said with difficulty, "If I don't go to hell, who will? You want to go to hell, can you stop dragging me?" The psychic cat lay on the ground with tears in his eyes, looking like he wanted to cry, but had no tears, and looked like he had no desire to live. When he came up, he thought that the journey of escape would start again, but he didn't expect to be captured and severely abused by the little lolly. Although that feeling, well, was a little bit special, the pain it brought was still too much for his small body to bear. I have to give Dunan a thumbs up here. After Jun Changxiao purchased the protective formation, he was the first one to sneak into the Eternal Sect. If it was someone else, even if they knew that the sect protection formation was not activated, they would not dare to come up, even if they had 10 guts, because all the people living inside were Evaldoers, and entering through illegal channels was equivalent to entering hell. The next day, the cell was opened, and Jun Changxiao walked in. He took a look at Dunan, who seemed to be meditating, and said, "Are you from the Tang dynasty in the east?" He also found this guy yesterday. Judging from his cultivation level, it was only at the level of Wuzan at best, so he didn't take it seriously. Amitabha. Dunan clasped his hands and said, "Donor, I have no ill intentions." "No ill intentions?" Jun Changxiao said. "Then why did you come to my Wangu sect?" "I'm here for..." Dunan was stunned and blurted out, "Wangu sect?" During this period, although he had been converting people and had no time to watch the dragon and tiger competition, he still knew the winning sect. The main reason was that he had been in a state of escape, and he was too excited to find the evil cultivator. If he calmed down, or asked around in the town, he would definitely know what sect was on the mountain. "It's over, it's over." The psychic cat lying on the ground pretending to be dead said secretly, "This time I'm completely screwed. It's hard to say whether I can leave alive." "You don't know?" Jun Chang laughed. Dunan smiled bitterly and said, "Donor, I just found out that there are evil cultivators on the mountain, so I came here to convert them. I didn't know it was the Wangu sect." "Ha. It turns out to be a monk who exorcises demons." Jun Changxiao said with a smile, "It is true that there are evil cultivators in our sect, but they have been practicing in the mountains, and have never come down the mountain to harm people. Why do you want to save them?" Dunan said seriously, "The practice method of evil cultivators is the same as that of demon cultivators. The longer they practice, the harder it is to stabilize their minds, and thus they cannot control their emotions, and do things that are harmful to the world. Although I'm not very experienced, I have the responsibility to save them. As the saying goes." "Stop." Jun Changxiao hurriedly stopped him and said, "You sneak into my Wangu sect without permission, and you should be beheaded according to the law." "Ah." The psychic cat, who was pretending to be dead, jumped up and said with tears in his eyes, "I haven't lived enough." "But," Jun Changxiao said, "considering that God is merciful, I have decided to spare your life." "Thank you, thank you." The psychic cat said hurriedly. "It is hard to avoid the death penalty, and it is hard to escape the living punishment." Jun Chang smiled and said, "Stay in the sect and clean the courtyard first. I just happen to be in need of a real sweeping monk." Dunan said solemnly, "If the donor allows me to convert that demon cultivator, let alone sweeping the floor, even cleaning the toilet is fine." This guy's really a Buddhist. He has no idea of his situation, and he still wants to convert the evil cultivator. Jun Changxiao said, "To cultivate, one must first cultivate the mind. To save others, one must first save oneself. You keep talking about saving others, but have you ever saved yourself?" This. From your hesitant look, I can see that your understanding of Buddhism is only superficial. When you have saved yourself, you can save others. Jun Changxiao stood up and left, but when he reached the prison door, he said, "If you care about things, you will encounter obstacles everywhere. If you don't care about others, you won't be bothered by worldly affairs. It is not what Buddhist disciples should do to always pursue right and wrong. The system said, "You are so ridiculous." Dunan sat cross-legged in the cell, and his expression gradually froze, because every word, and every sentence, that Jun Changxiao said, was impacting his sea of consciousness, especially the sentence, "To cultivate, one must first cultivate the mind. To save others, one must first save oneself." Looking back on the past, he had been running on the road of saving others and moving forward, so when did he ever think about himself? Amitabha. Dunan clasped his hands together and silently chanted, with shame on his face. The next day, there was a monk wearing a cassock, and with no hair on the left side of his head in the inner courtyard, sweeping the courtyard with a broom. As for the outer courtyard, it was handed over to the Grand Elder of the Extreme Cold Palace, with disciples to open and close the gates, and those to sweep the inner and outer courtyards. The facilities of the Eternal Ancient Sect were becoming more and more complete. Why did the sect master keep this guy? He sneaked up here. How can he not do some hard labor? The passing disciples whispered. Dunan didn't care. While sweeping the floor, he thought about what Jun Changxiao said yesterday, and felt more and more guilty about his own understanding of Buddhism. Oh. He was led astray. "You bull donkey, don't block the way." At this time, Yeo Mengying came out of the wing room, with her hands on her waist and frowning. Dunan looked up, and said in surprise, "It's you. I told you not to block the way. Are you deaf, and didn't hear it?" Yeo Mengying said unhappily. Amitabha. Dunan stepped aside on the principle that a good man should not fight with a woman. Yeo Mengying walked over angrily, then found Jun Changxiao and said, "Master, that guy is annoying. Can you drive him away?" "No hurry, no hurry." Jun Changxiao said, "Let him sweep for a few more days." In fact, he has been considering whether to convert this Buddhist cultivator into a disciple of the Eternal Ancient Sect. After all, to establish the strongest sect on a continent, at least it must be all-encompassing. What's more, Yeo Mengying is a demon cultivator. If she can establish a fellow disciple friendship with the Buddhist cultivator, it means that in this world, the righteous and the evil can coexist peacefully, and they don't necessarily have to fight to the death when they meet. "Master." At this time, Lilu Okyu hurried over and said, "Disciple Renshan went out to do a mission, and found a place where spiritual energy revived in a valley. There may be a spiritual stone vein." "What?" Jun Changxiao stood up and said happily, "This kid is really a lucky carp." Thousands of miles east of Tegu Mountain, there is a deep mountain forest. Renshan, a disciple of the Eternal Ancient Sect, received a mission to collect some medicinal herbs and came here. Because the environment was too complicated, he got lost after entering. He came to a valley in a daze. When he saw the flashing light, he was sure that it was a sign of spiritual energy revival, so he hurriedly contacted the sect with the sound transmission technique. This guy had discovered a spiritual stone vein in the cave of the Black Demon Forest. Now he found it again when he went out. His luck was simply too good to explode. However, Renshan was not happy at all now. Because at the entrance of the valley, more than a dozen warriors suddenly appeared, claiming that they were the first to discover the place where spiritual energy was revived, and asked him to leave quickly. Bullshit. Renshan argued, "It was obviously me who discovered it, and you should leave, if you want to leave." He was so sure, because there was a natural ban in the valley, and the spiritual thoughts could not find it at all. Before he entered, the entrance was covered with spider webs, which meant that no one had come in at all. It was indeed Renshan who discovered it first. However, the revival of spiritual energy will naturally cause strange phenomena. This group of people happened to be training in the mountains and forests, and they rushed over after seeing the rising light, otherwise it would be difficult to find it. "Stop talking nonsense," the leading man said with a stern look. "Get out of here quickly, otherwise your life will be in danger." Tap. Renshan stood at the entrance and said, "This was discovered by our Wongu sect first. You are the ones who should get out." Wongu sect? The leading man's expression changed slightly, and he suddenly realized, "I was wondering why you are so fearless. It turns out you are the sect disciples who won the Dragon and Tiger Contest Championship." "Senior brother." A man next to him lowered his voice and said, "This sect is a bit difficult to mess with." The one called Senior Brother said, "The spiritual energy in the valley has revived. There must be spirit stone veins hidden, and it will definitely attract many large sects at that time. We must seize the initiative." to gain more initiative for the sect. No matter how powerful his Wangu sect is, how can it swallow the entire vein alone? Let's put it this way. He said, we discovered this place together. Renshan could see that these people were afraid of their own sect and did not dare to go too far, and said, do you have any shame? Huff huff. At this moment, a stream of light flew over from a distance, and a middle-aged man appeared in the air. He said in surprise, I didn't expect that this place, where the sutras are not passed down, would have signs of spiritual energy revival. He looked down and saw that someone had already discovered it, so he frowned and said, little kids below, leave this place quickly. The faces of several warriors changed in shock. Suspended in the air, it was enough to show that this person was definitely a martial emperor level strongman, so they left in panic. Why don't you leave? The middle-aged man looked at Renshan, and there was a trace of displeasure in his brows. Renshan also knew that this guy was very powerful, but he still stood at the entrance and said, this place where spiritual energy is revived, I just discovered it, why should I leave? You discovered it first. The middle-aged man smiled and said, little guy, there are some things in this world that are not owned by whoever discovers it first, but by whoever has the ability to get it. So, he raised his hand and pointed to the distance and said coldly, I'll give you 3 numbers, leave quickly. 1, 2. Renshan always stood in front of the valley. Although he was extremely nervous at the moment, the sect's many first principles kept ringing in his ears, making him try hard to support his strong backbone. I can't leave. The sect master and his fellow disciples haven't arrived yet. 3. The middle-aged man shouted lightly, and the man fell down instantly. He raised his hand lightly, gathered strong spiritual energy to cover Renshan, and shook his head and said, you stubborn guy. Renshan was tied up and gradually hung in the air, with a ferocious face, saying, if you dare to touch a hair on my head, my sect master will never forgive you. The middle-aged man smiled and said, does this mean that your sect master is very powerful? Say it out loud and let me hear it. Listen carefully. Renshan said with difficulty, my sect master is Jun Changxiao. Jun Changxiao? The middle-aged man was quite surprised and said, the sect master of the eternal sect? Yes. Although Renshan was tied up and had difficulty speaking, it was not difficult to hear that he was very proud from his words. It's not bad that this newly risen sect won the Dragon and Tiger Championship, but, the middle-aged man said coldly, it's not enough to scare me with him. Swish. With a wave of his hand, Renshan was thrown out. The fleeing warriors looked up and said with a twitch of their mouths, is there something wrong with this guy's brain? Swish, a stream of light flew low from a distance, stopped at the position where Renshan flew and caught him. When the light dissipated, Jun Changxiao's handsome figure appeared. He said with a sullen face, who threw it? P.S. The 4th update, the word count is also a little more. Please recommend votes. Please monthly votes. Chapter 750 Just One Punch. Jun Changxiao learned that Renshan had discovered a place where spiritual energy was revived, so he flew over without saying anything, as if he was in a hurry to reincarnate. Although the Tigashan mines have not been mined out, the number of disciples is increasing, and it is obviously a bit stretched. Of course, the spirit gathering array in the secret realm are one of the important factors in improving the strength of disciples, but consumables such as spirit stones are also indispensable. No matter how small the mines discovered by Renshan are, Jun Changxiao has to pay attention to them, because such resources are too difficult to find on the mainland. The same is true for major sects. In order to develop for a long time, they will spend a lot of manpower and material resources to explore the spirit stone mines. It can be said that the spirit stone mines in the place where spiritual energy is revived are the most precious wealth in the martial arts of Xinjiang continent, and they are the fuse for the sects to make enemies and even fight each other. Who threw it? Jun Changxiao caught Renshan, who flew over, his face full of frost. Seeing this, several warriors who were fleeing below shuddered involuntarily. It was him. If you want to describe it accurately, it is not like a sect, but a warm home. The fellow disciples are more like brothers and sisters, with laughter, jokes, and feelings that transcend friendship, but are not philosophical. Jun Changxiao put Renshan down, and looked at the middle-aged man hanging above the valley in trance. The latter also looked at him and smiled. Master Jun is here quite fast. He said so, but he was surprised in his heart. The master of the Wangu sect is not very old, but he has the cultivation of the emperor level. The previous rumor that he defeated the great elder of the Jihan palace with the cultivation of the martial saint is probably true. What kind of magical power can instantly raise the realm so high? The middle-aged man thought secretly. Jun Changxiao said, "Did you lose the person? I was worried that your disciple would be in danger standing at the valley entrance, so I asked him to stay away." The middle-aged man smiled. Swish, the mechanized wings behind Jun Changxiao were activated, and he rushed over instantly. He has the power of flying, and with the blessing of the armed wings, this guy's speed can be said to be extremely fast. Ka. At the same time, the battle form was also triggered, and the right fist was instantly gathered by steel, and powerful spiritual energy burst out. Jun Changxiao didn't care whether the other party was thinking about the safety of his disciples or not. Since he threw it out without measure, the only thought in his mind was give him a punch. Not much. Just one punch. What a fast speed. The middle-aged man's face changed drastically. Before he could do anything, he saw Jun Changxiao's fist had cut through the void and blasted over, and the surrounding space was even more broken by the violent force. Bang! Several warriors who were running away heard the explosion behind them, and looked back in horror, and saw a stream of spiritual energy sweeping in like a flood, and they were so scared that their scalps exploded. Swish, swish, swish. The residual power spread and swept them all away, and then they either hit the tree or the stone, and fell to the ground in an extremely embarrassed manner. This is a typical fight between gods, and the little ghosts suffer. It was still far from the entrance of the valley. If it was closer, the meridians in the body would be broken by the shock, and in serious cases, it would just burp. Master. Senior brother. A warrior tried to stand up, and leaned against the stone. His eyes were extremely shocked. The warrior who called senior brother stood up in a panic, and looked at the area where the voice came from. His eyes almost popped out. At the mountain pass, Jun Changxiao, with his right fist mechanically armed, stood proudly. If he was bald at this moment, with dead fish eyes, wearing a tights and a cloak, it would definitely be. Below him, the area sunken into a deep pit with a radius of more than 10 feet, and the surrounding trees and rocks collapsed. The whole scene was extremely embarrassing. The middle-aged man disappeared. Master. Senior brother. Where is the martial emperor? A disciple said, while enduring the pain. The corner of the senior brother's mouth twitched and said, "How should I know?" Swish. Jun Changxiao's right hand was disarmed, and then gathered spiritual energy, turning into a big hand, and spreading towards the deep pit. Several warriors witnessed the disappearing middle-aged man being caught. There was a fist mark on his left face, his teeth were all gone, his head tilted back, and he seemed to be half dead. Combined with the loud noise just now, and the deep pit on the ground, this person was definitely knocked down from the sky, and the perpetrator was definitely the leader of the Wangu sect. Jun Changxiao controlled his big hand and bound the middle-aged man in the air, saying lightly, "It's very dangerous here, I will take you away." But, damn. The man had not fainted yet, and was still conscious. He said with a ferocious look, do you know who I am?" "Who?" Jun Changxiao said. The middle-aged man said intermittently, I'm the elder of Shengzang." Shengzang? Jun Changxiao had heard of this sect. Although it did not participate in the dragon and tiger contest, it was also a first-class sect. No wonder they dared to abandon their own disciples. It turned out that they had a strong backstage. After hearing the middle-aged man's identity, the expressions on the faces of several warriors changed drastically. A first-class sect elder. Definitely someone that their own sect could not afford to offend. It's a bit troublesome. Jun Changxiao frowned. The place where spiritual power revived was discovered by a first-class sect. If they want to take it all for themselves, it may be a bit difficult. Even if no one from Shengzang came, it would be difficult to secretly take the spiritual stone vein for themselves, because the strange phenomenon of heaven and earth has risen, and it will surely attract forces from all sides. Seeing Jun Changxiao frowning, the middle-aged man sneered with difficulty and said, dare to hurt me. It is equivalent to making enemies with the Holy Sect. So what? Jun Changxiao said lightly, if you bully my disciples, you have to pay the price. Not to mention the first-class sects, even people from the upper realm are no exception. Swish. As soon as the voice fell, the manipulator's big hand suddenly pressed down and slammed the middle-aged man to the ground. Several warriors were stunned. That guy has revealed his identity, and he dared to continue to abuse. Isn't this offending the Haoguang holy sect to death? Awoo. Awoo. At this time, waves of wolf howls came from the mountains and forests, and the disciples of the eternal ancient sect, led by Li Qingyang, rushed over on hurricane wolves. For a while, thousands of people gathered outside the valley where the strange phenomenon of heaven and earth rose, including disciples of the eternal ancient sect and elders such as Jiangzi. Master, Zendejin said solemnly, the strange phenomenon has become a trend, and it will surely attract many forces. Set up thunder arrays all around the valley. Jun Changxiao said with a smile. Yes. Zendejin immediately got busy, and his eyes became more and more scorching. He had a premonition that he would soon be able to show the art of explosion. Zuji. Jun Changxiao pointed to a high point and said, set up the field artillery. Yes. Zio Zuji flew over and set up the field artillery. Everyone on alert. Jun Changxiao said in a deep voice, guard this valley for me, and no one can step out of line. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.